for 4th of July?
Okay, I'm headed to St. Augustine because John Brown just made it look so good.
It looks
good.
amazing, John.
Yeah, got about 10 seconds. Where are you going?
Probably beach on at least the docket today.
All right.
Yeah.
How about
We're
you?
going to Tampa. My wife says
I
I hate
love
going
that.
places where people know you. We're getting out of town, so we're out of here. All right.
Thanks for joining us today,
Happy
everybody.
4th.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus, and check this out. This is live right now in Washington, D.C., flying over the U.S. Capitol building on this Friday. If the camera zooms back out again here in a second, you might be able to see the Capitol building in the background. It literally just did kind of a loop around the large dome of the Capitol. This is practice for a flyover for America 250 and all those huge celebrations that are going on in our nation's capital this weekend. That is certainly something to see. That's just a taste of what we're going to see this weekend in our nation's capital, in other cities like New York and Philadelphia, and celebrations here in Central Florida as well. Good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and we appreciate you joining us on this Friday, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We are counting down to the holiday weekend. I know a lot of you are excited for it. Some of you may already be off work today for the observed holiday, and so you may be already kind of in holiday weekend mode. And if so, we appreciate you joining us. We got a lot of ground to cover over the next 4.5 hours of live streaming here. We're going to talk some politics. You may have known there was a gubernatorial debate last night here in Florida. Paul Renner, James Fishback, Jay Collins, no Byron Donalds in that, but we'll talk a little bit about that and a couple of other things as well. We will also hear from the U.S. men's national team a little bit later today as they get ready for their next game in the round of 16 coming up in Seattle on Monday. So a lot of ground to cover here today, and we are just getting started. We appreciate you joining us today. We start this morning by learning more about this case of cyclosporiasis. I may have butchered that. I was trying to practice it and make sure I say it right. We'll find out from our guest here in just a second. But this is a GI tract parasite that is causing some issues, major issues, in a number of cases across the country, including here in Florida. And so joining us live now to talk about this, tell us everything we need to know about it, what we need to watch out for. Pleased to be joined this morning by Dr. Sen Ashley, who's an associate professor and microbiologist at the University of Central Florida. Dr. Ashley, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, so first I want you to pronounce this for us so we can all hear the correct way. It is said cyclosporiasis, is that correct?
Yes, that's an acceptable version.
An acceptable version. I will take that. All right. So what do we need to know about it? When we hear that, we've been seeing some headlines about it. What do we need to know about it?
So this is definitely a foodborne pathogen, a human parasite that is acquired by the consumption of, generally in the States, by the consumption of contaminated food and water. It typically presents with, your gastrointestinal disease, so things like, diarrhea, abdominal cramping, maybe some nausea. Yes, it's one of those pathogens. It's definitely something you've got to look out for, but it's been around for a while, so it's not something totally alarming, but definitely something you want to look out for.
It sounds like pretty severe symptoms, though, of this. What happens if you get it?
So one of the symptoms which is sometimes described as explosive diarrhea, watery diarrhea, and for a typical person, you can often, you're often in situations where you can recover, but if you get constant diarrhea or continuous diarrhea where you get dehydration, that's when you really need to, visit a healthcare official. If you're immunocompromised, if you're suffering from some other conditions, then this is something definitely you want to keep an eye on and make sure you don't get dehydrated, you recover, and you get the appropriate health care at the time.
What's the treatment for this?
So typically, there's an antibiotic available for this, the typical Bactrim, which is something you'll get for a 7-day course, twice a day, and most people are able to recover within that time frame. And there's definitely treatment available. But the important thing is to really make sure that you're on top of it and you get the right treatment when you suffer from such symptoms.
How can we make sure that we don't get this? This does not sound like something that would be very fun. What is the prevention for something like this, and making sure you don't eat some of these contaminated things? Is there something that we can do on our end?
So the biggest thing, of course, it's never fun to have diarrhea, and explosive diarrhea is not something we want. The biggest thing definitely is, if we have good hand hygiene practice, if we wash our hands properly with water and soap, that's the first most important thing. And secondly, if we ensure that we wash our berries or fresh produce properly, we can definitely reduce the risk. If you're out there, if you're having fresh produce, if you have an opportunity to grill your vegetables, then that definitely helps. If that's not a possibility, then you can definitely ensure that you have good hand hygiene and you wash your berries, your cilantro, and other fresh produce effectively.
And Dr. Dessen, that's something to keep in mind, if for everyone who's maybe cooking out this weekend. This is a weekend that we know there are going to be a lot of people, maybe having people over, having some fun, grilling out, that kind of thing. And so just talk to us about how prevention of this kind of also fits into just the larger safety when it comes to foodborne illnesses, and what people need to keep in mind as we head into a holiday weekend.
Yeah, with the July 4th weekend, of course, you want to be careful, but that does not mean we're not going to, do the things we want to do, meet up with family and friends and celebrate. This is a great opportunity. The weather's so good. But of course, with some awareness, with good hand hygiene practice, of course, the people handling the food, if you're barbecuing or preparing the food, you definitely want to ensure that you're washing your hands properly. And then, of course, if you have berries, other fresh produce, you want to ensure that you wash it properly. And with washing, there are a lot of people who ask us, what's the best way to wash your fresh produce or vegetables? I think if you, run them through sufficient water and maybe scrub them lightly with your hands, you don't necessarily have to use certain chemicals. I know there's a veggie wash, and some people like to wash things with soap. I wouldn't necessarily go to that extreme, but if you wash it properly and wash your hands properly, you can definitely significantly reduce the chances of acquiring cyclospora infections.
So what's the bottom line here, Doctor? What should people know? What should people keep in mind?
So the most important thing, I guess, is be aware of your surroundings, wash your hands properly, make sure, your fresh produce is washed properly. And then, of course, you want to stay up to date with CDC, the FDA. There's definitely an ongoing investigation. They haven't been able to pinpoint, to really exactly point their hands on what is exactly causing this outbreak. But in the summer months at this time, you definitely want to be careful, watch Fox 35 or CDC, stay up to date and ensure that, if there are any recalls. At this point, there are no recalls that I'm aware of, but if there's any recalls or any other advisories that are issued, please ensure that you follow those guidelines. But at the same time, you want to have a great time on the July 4th long weekend.
Dr. Sen Dessen, Associate Professor and Microbiologist at the University of Central Florida. Thanks so much for taking the time to chat with us today here on Fox 35 News Plus. You've given us a lot of helpful information.
Thank you so much, and happy long weekend.
Yes, same to you.
Thank you.
Before we go to break here, I want to let you know a couple of the other things that we are watching at this hour. Let me give you a live look right now. Also in Washington, D.C., this is the National Mall and the Great American State Fair that is going on again today. Been going on for a while. Seeing some crowds out there today as they are checking that out on this Friday. Let me also give you a live look right now at a ceremony in Philadelphia, the National Constitution Center, where these officials are getting ready to honor Pope Leo with a special medal. The Pope is actually going to make some remarks coming up in a little bit. live from the Vatican, as I understand it. So we'll be watching for that. We are also continuing to watch these great images of the practice flyover in Washington, D.C. I just saw one of the planes go by a minute ago. I lost it here. I don't see it right now, but we'll sit on this just for a second and see if we can see it coming back. There it is. One of those planes making a lot of maneuvers right over the National Mall. Right now, we have seen this practice continuing. There's flyover is going to be happening really all throughout the day, as I understand it. As part of these events and celebrations and that kind of thing. And it's really something to see, especially once it gets down near the Capitol. So we'll be keeping an eye on that throughout the day. Let's also give you a first look at our poll question of the hour. We want to know what you think. What is king of the July 4th cookout in your opinion? Is it hamburgers, cheeseburgers, that kind of thing? Is it hot dogs? Are you a barbecue fan? Or maybe it's something else? Vote in our poll. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can also just scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. So I'm going to ask you for two things. I want you to vote in the poll, but if you're selecting other, or even if you aren't, and you've got a great recipe or a great photo of something that you can share with us of what you like to make for your July 4th cookout, please send it our way. We want to see it and we want to share it with others. Maybe get some folks some ideas today of things that they might want to check out or make this weekend. So vote in our poll. We're going to leave this up for a second here on Fox 35 News Plus as we go to break, to give you time to get that vote in. We will also kind of leave this live image up as well that shows the flyover right now. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to give you some time to get those votes in. Let us know. Again, you can also go to fox35orlando.com/share. And let me put that QR code up too, because that's going to be the way that you can submit some of your other pictures, recipes, that kind of thing. Whatever you got, you can let us know by scanning that card that you see on your screen, that QR code. So we're going to leave this up for a minute, get those votes in, let us know what you're going to be making this weekend for your July 4th cookouts, and then we'll be back with more Fox 35 News Plus here in just a few minutes.
put to Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, continuing to watch those military flyovers on this Friday over Washington, D.C. And our poll question of the hour, what is king of the July 4th cookout? That's what we want to know right now. Is it burgers, hot dogs, barbecue, maybe something else? Looks like most of you are in the burgers camp right now, but votes are still coming in, and we want those votes to keep coming in. Fox35Orlando.com/vote. And I also said if you are... if you've got something else, it doesn't look like anyone else is saying other, but if you have any recipes or pictures of something else that maybe you like to fix, send that our way too. That's fox35orlando.com/share, and we'll keep an eye out for some of those things. Let me give you a live look right now. The Statue of Liberty in New York, and a beautiful sight to see on this July 3rd. We are one day shy of 250 years of American independence. And so we appreciate you joining us on this Friday. Let's talk a little politics here. We're going to talk a little bit about the governor's race after a debate last night between some of the candidates, and also a big Supreme Court decision this week and potential reaction from states, including Florida, about looking to make some changes to the Constitution. All of this obviously very appropriate conversations here on this July 3rd. And so joining us live now to talk about this, pleased to be joined by UCF professor Dr. Aubrey Jewett. And Dr. Jewett, before we get into the meat of the topic here, I want to know what your go-to is for your July 4th cookout.
I do hamburgers and hot dogs. My personal favorite is hamburgers. My dad, who's going to be 90 tomorrow on July 4th, that's his birthday, he loves hot dogs. So we're going to be celebrating with him tomorrow.
Well, then I would say you better fix hot dogs for him if that's his favorite and he's turning 90. Happy early birthday to your dad. That'll be a fun celebration. And what better day to be able to celebrate a birthday, too? How about that?
Indeed. Yeah, all my life, we always said, hey, the whole nation celebrate my dad's birthday every year on July 4th.
I love that. All right, let's talk a little politics here. I want to start with news coming out today about Senator Ashley Moody endorsing Byron Donalds. And now that kind of effectively gives Donalds almost a sweep when it comes to endorsements of kind of top elected officials and politicians here in Florida, obviously with one very notable exception. But what do you make of these endorsements all rolling in for Byron Donalds at this point?
Well, of course, the crucial one to get early on was President Trump. And once Donalds got President Trump's, that really has helped smooth his path towards the nomination. He doesn't officially have it yet, but he is a strong favorite. And one by one, all the other high-profile Republicans in the state have also endorsed him. You've got the incoming House Speaker and incoming Senate President of the Florida Legislature. You got the 3 cabinet members, the Attorney General, the CFO, the Agriculture Commissioner. You got both Florida senators now. So pretty much everybody but Governor DeSantis. And I don't know that Governor DeSantis is going to make an endorsement during the Republican primary. Presumably, he, of course, will support the Republican nominee, and assuming that's Donalds in the general election, I'm sure he'll give him full-throated support. I think it is interesting to wonder if the governor is going to actually endorse his own lieutenant governor, who he, chose to be lieutenant governor. I think that the lieutenant governor hopes that will happen, but I think as time is going by, it's looking more and more like possibly Governor DeSantis won't make any endorsement in the race.
And that's really interesting, isn't it? I mean, we can talk about kind of the limited usefulness of endorsements anyway. Obviously, the one that does seem to matter is that President Trump endorsement. But I would have to think that as popular as Governor DeSantis is here, that his endorsement would still mean something to folks. And so I think it's notable that, and we've talked before about him not endorsing his handpicked lieutenant governor, but it's also notable that he doesn't, if he doesn't endorse anybody.
Right, yeah. And some of it, of course, may be jockeying for position in a post-Trump Republican Party world. And so perhaps Governor DeSantis is thinking he will try to carve his own path, be a little bit separate. He has said he has not like huge concerns about Byron Donalds, but he has at least some concerns about him being the best nominee, about the way he's running his campaign. But when you get right down to it, it could just be that he doesn't want to be in total alignment with President Trump. Again, he ran against him, of course, back in 2024 and lost in the Republican primary. And since then, they have, they've gone through some different phases in their relationship, to say the least. It was pretty rocky for a while. Now it's decent. It's a pretty solid working relationship anyway. But anyways, I do think that perhaps part of the reason is Governor DeSantis wants to carve his own path and be a little bit separate from Donald Trump, and maybe prepare for a 2028 run when Donald Trump is term limited out.
As we have seen, the governor is never afraid to carve his own path. That's for sure.
For sure.
Now let's talk about some other comments that the governor made this week in the aftermath of the Supreme Court's birthright citizenship decision, striking down the Trump executive order that tried to eliminate it, and saying, on constitutional grounds, the 14th Amendment provides for this, and so that would essentially require a constitutional amendment to change that. And Governor DeSantis saying this week that he would be in favor and would support an Article 5 convention of states to try to do it that way. Talk with us about that process, what that would look like, what that would entail, and whether that's even something that would be feasible.
Well, putting the last part first, I'm not sure it would be feasible, in the sense that although it's in the Constitution, it's actually never been used in the history, the 250 years or a little less technically since we adopted the Constitution, but it's never been used in American history. But it is in there. And basically, an Article 5 convention is one where enough state legislatures, 2/3 of the state legislatures, 34 of them, would have to petition Congress to call a constitutional convention, much like the original constitutional convention, that we had in the very beginning. And then if enough states did that, as I said, if 2/3, 34 states did that, then Congress would have to call a convention. Since we've never had one before, and the Constitution doesn't go into a lot of details, we don't know exactly then how long the process would be, how delegates would be selected, and that sort of thing. So, but that's how it would work. And then the convention would meet, and then if they agreed, they would propose a constitutional amendment. But the key there is that it would just be a proposal. They wouldn't be able to pass anything, because then, once it was proposed, it would still have to go to the states, and you'd have to have 3/4 of the states approve it, a pretty high bar, as it is for all constitutional amendments at the national level. And so that'd be 38 states. So bottom line is, it would be possible, I guess, but unlikely. Partly because there's some partisanship involved, particularly on the citizenship question, and the Republicans do not control 34, let alone 38 state legislatures right now. So that and even, I might add, that even Governor DeSantis mentioned, although he would support such a thing, he thought that the odds were pretty long that it could happen that way. And he's probably right, just given A, history, and B, the numbers right now about who controls different state legislatures.
It's a tough thing trying to amend the Constitution.
It is, yeah. We've only had 27 amendments. I always like to tell my students, remind the students as we've only had 27 amendments in the entire nation's history. And 10 of those, the Bill of Rights, the first 10, happened within just a couple of years of the first adoption, ratification of the Constitution. So then really, if you think about it, in 200 years, we've only had like 17 more. So yeah, it's very difficult. It takes a lot to propose. You don't have to use an Article 5, right? All the other ones have been proposed by Congress, but you still have to get a supermajority of states, 3/4 of the states, to agree. And so, the last one we had was the 27th Amendment, was the one that says that a congressional raise can't go into effect until a congressional election is held. That way the public could weigh in whether or not they thought, Congress deserved a raise. And then before that, of course, we had the one that raised the voting age across the country. I should say lowered the voting age. It lowered it from 21 to 18 and allowed all 18-year-olds and older to be eligible to vote. And I might add, that actually did overturn a U.S. Supreme Court decision. So the thought that in our system of checks and balances, if the U.S. Supreme Court does make a ruling about constitutionality, and enough states don't like it, this is part of the checks and balances where they could override that. And we have seen that before when we've lowered the voting age, when we adopted the amendment to have a personal income tax. That also, back in 1913, that also was done to override a Supreme Court decision.
It's interesting to see how it has been used, that process. But we talk about it being difficult. I mean, that was part of the the intent for it to almost be a built-in guardrail to make sure that the Constitution isn't always just being amended willy-nilly.
Yeah, and it was so difficult in the beginning to bring all the states together to create the new Constitution, right? I mean, and as a quick American history, of course, after we declared independence, we actually had the Articles of Confederation for 8 years, which would set up a very, very weak central government. So it wasn't until we had the Constitution that we got a somewhat stronger federal government that we know today, with 3 branches that each check and balance one another. But it was very difficult to get that agreement. And so, yes, while they certainly made a provision to have amendments to the Constitution, and we have had some over the years, they did put, the founders, the framers, did make it a fairly high hurdle, a fairly high bar to get over to approve a change to the basic governing document.
Well, it's always fascinating to look back at history and see how it applies as we continue to look forward in politics and in policy. And Dr. Aubrey Jewett, University of Central Florida, we always appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. Love chatting with you.
Yeah, great to be on today, and happy July 4th to everyone.
Happy July 4th, and give your dad our best as well.
I will do that. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Jewett, thanks. As we go to break here, let's give you another live look at the Statue of Liberty. What a sight on this cloudless Friday, it looks like, in New York. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have much more to come. But before we go to break, let's give you one more look right now at our poll question. Looks like a couple of you are saying other, so we want to know what other you might have in mind. Let us know. Vote in our poll here. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can also scan the QR code that you see on your screen. What is King of the July 4th cookout? What are you making this weekend? Let us know. We're going to take a quick break here in a minute, and we will be right back with much more on this Friday, July 3rd, coming up in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, giving you a live look at the Statue of Liberty on this Friday. And we are wanting to know what you are making this weekend for your July 4th cookout. What is king of the cookout? Looks like 40% of you still saying burgers, 29% tie right now between hot dogs and barbecue, then about 2% of you saying other. Send in your pictures and recipes too. We want to know. But right now I want to get you to Philadelphia, where this ceremony is going on. The National Constitution Center holding this ceremony to present the National Liberty Medal to Pope Leo. They're showing some video here, and we also expect him to make some remarks from the Vatican. So let's go ahead and listen in live as this ceremony continues. And I think they're showing the video of this presentation. So let's go ahead and listen in on this Friday.
Pick these out for us. A scarf. This is and I think maybe you already have one of these. I don't know. But also maybe something you actually.
I use these when I play tennis.
And then to represent the work of the Constitution Center, this is a copy of the acts passed at the first Congress. George Washington's copy with his notes, something that really connects why we're giving this award to you.
Them off camera. Or
yeah, whatever you want.
From Chicago to Villanova, from the missions of Peru to the chair of St. Peter, you have dedicated your life in pursuit of human dignity and underscoring the vital role of religious liberty, of freedom of conscience. And so it is our great honor to be with you today. We are so humbled to be able to share with you this wonderful recognition. Thank you.
Holy Father, on behalf of all of us at the National Constitution Center, it is my great honor to present to you the 2026 Liberty Medal in recognition for your lifelong commitment to religious liberty and freedom of conscience.
I would just like to recall the words signed by the founding fathers of the nation 250 years ago in Philadelphia in the Declaration of Independence, when it said that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men have received fundamental rights from our Creator, and they include life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. May those values continue to inspire all of us in the United States and throughout the world, and together, hopefully we can all work that those freedoms will indeed be a part of the lives of all people everywhere. Thank you very much for this. I am sincerely honored and deeply humbled by this award. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Today, we honor Pope Leo XIV because his ministry has embodied the values at the heart of the Liberty Medal: a deep respect for the dignity of every person, a commitment to freedom of conscience, and a belief that faith can be a force for civic renewal. As America commemorates the 250th anniversary of its founding, it is especially meaningful that His Holiness joins us live from the Vatican to address the American people. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to introduce the 2026 Liberty Medal recipient, His Holiness Pope Leo XIV.
Thank you very much. Dear friends, I am honored to accept the Liberty Medal of the National Constitution Center in this year that marks the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States of America with the signing of the Declaration of Independence on July 4th, 1776. On the eve of this momentous occasion, I offer a warm greeting to all those assembled at the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia. As a son of this great country, founded by courageous men and women who dreamed of liberty and of a better life for themselves and for their children, I join you in asking God's blessings upon America's future, that the lofty ideals enshrined at the beginning of the Declaration of Independence may continue to guide the flourishing of the nation in unity, justice, and peace. From our youth, most of us have admired the eloquence of those words, with their resounding appeal to the law of nature and to nature's God as the basis of their assertion that all men and women are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, including the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. While couched in the language of the Enlightenment, that claim is ultimately grounded in an understanding of the human person, inspired by the great biblical vision of man and woman being created in the divine image. It is indeed here that we discover the basis of human dignity, dignity which precedes the establishment of any state and whose custody constitutes its very purpose. In these past 250 years, for so many peoples throughout the world, it was the firm resolve to achieve the noble vision of the nation's founders that made America a byword for freedom, as the country opened its doors to successive waves of immigrants, enabling them and their children to play their part in shaping the future of the nation. It was this same love of freedom that inspired the United States in the darkest hours of the last century, at the time of the two world wars, to look beyond itself and at great sacrifice to champion the cause of freedom beyond its own borders. As every American knows, however, the path to building a society that would embody those high ideals of liberty and justice for all was not always easy, and in many respects is still a work in progress. Indeed, the effort to realize this vision is one that must be taken up anew in each generation and in the face of ever new challenges. Today, as we look to the future, this historic anniversary presents us with the opportunity to reflect once again on the nation's founding principles in the hope that America will remain ever true to the dream that has earned it the title of Land of the Free and Home of the Brave. The first right enshrined by the nation's founders was the right to life, for no one who is deprived of life can enjoy liberty or pursue happiness. A country's vitality is deeply tied to the value it affords to human life in every form and condition, acknowledging the dignity endowed upon every human person by virtue of their very existence. The inherent worth of every human life has led the noble hearts of generations to praise the marvelous works of the Creator and stand in reverence before so precious a gift. Indeed, it is precisely this reverence that we must continue to cultivate, one that sways the hearts of individuals and inspires laws that recognize and safeguard the gift from the moment of conception to natural death. Reverence, too, will aid us in discovering that we are guardians and stewards of those entrusted to our care. In this regard, the moral greatness of a nation is manifested, above all, in its capacity to support, protect, and cherish the lives of all, especially the most vulnerable and those whose worth is questioned. Following the right to life, liberty was and is preeminent among the principles revered by the men and women who have sought within this nation's borders a new beginning, often equating it with previously undreamed of hope. Though frequently understood as the ability to act as one would like, authentic freedom runs much deeper. It is founded upon the human person's capacity to know the truth and adhere to what is good, even at great cost. A sacrifice well known to many who have labored to shape this country. The desire for truth and freedom, as well as the very pursuit of happiness, continues to inspire people of all generations to ask fundamental questions regarding the meaning of life, our ultimate purpose, and indeed about God. And it is proper for magnanimous hearts to endeavor to answer these questions with sincerity. These answers inevitably determine the direction which we seek to give to our lives. And America has long championed the religious freedom necessary to follow responsibly the dictates of conscience in this regard, free from fear and coercion, as enshrined in the First Amendment to the United States Constitution. It is this freedom that holds sacred the inner sphere of the person, where convictions are formed and where conscience can guide the decisions made in the intimacy of the human heart. This same freedom also ensures the right of every person to worship according to one's own belief, and of individuals, communities, and associations to give public expression to their faith. In fact, religious freedom gave rise to the American tradition of allowing for interfaith dialogue and interreligious cooperation in promoting the public good and enriching the debates on the great moral and ethical issues that have faced the nation and shaped the course of its history. It is my hope that this tradition will continue to bear fruit in a public discourse marked by moderation, respect for the views of others, and an ongoing effort to find common ground in promoting the cause of peace and reconciliation at home and abroad. The forebearers of this country, men and women of diverse backgrounds, religions, and languages, were able to find that common ground and the strength necessary to pursue a better future. The principles that inspired America's founders, rooted as they are in the truth of the human person, brought them together in a single cause, a common dream. Unity lent strength to that dream, giving rise under God to the United States of America. E pluribus unum, out of many, one. In order for a nation to flourish, it must be truly united. United not by goals bound to momentary endeavors, but by ideals that do not fade with the passing of time. May the principles we have reflected upon today, a shared human dignity, equality, and the rights laid out in the Declaration of Independence, ever be a source of such unity and a guiding light for the present moment and for the years to come. In accepting this award, I therefore pray that this, the 250th anniversary of the founding of this great nation, may be the occasion of a solemn recommitment to these ideals that have made America a country that values peace and prosperity, a country characterized by generosity and nobility of heart. I commend all of you, as well as the future of the nation, to the one who is himself the source of true freedom and lasting peace, the one whose very name is peace. May God bless America. Thank you.
Pope Leo's remarks live from the Vatican as part of this 2026 Liberty Medal ceremony. with the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia. Neat to hear those live remarks from him accepting that award. You see him wearing that medal around his neck as he addresses the crowd there. We're getting ready to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. As we do so, let's give you a live look right now in New York at the Statue of Liberty. We will be right back. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look at the Statue of Liberty on this Friday. Beautiful view there. It is going to be hot, hot, hot in New York, in Washington, D.C., obviously here in Florida, but what's new. But we hope you stay safe out there for your July 4th events, celebrations, cookouts, whatever the case might be. Our poll question this hour, we only have about 10 minutes left this hour, and then our poll question will change. So let us know what is king of your July 4th cookout. Looks like burgers has gone down a little bit. It's at 39% right now. 28% of you saying hot dogs, 31% saying barbecue. Maybe that one's trying to make a late surge here, but still just 2% saying other. So we're kind of all on the same page among burgers, hot dogs, or barbecue. Honestly, I don't think you can go wrong either way, but we will see if the weather cooperates with those cookout plans this weekend. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson joins me now, and we are counting down to the holiday weekend. Some folks probably off work today and are already there ahead of us.
Yes.
But the big story this weekend, the heat and the chance for some rain.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a factor. It's not going to be, and this is what I've been kind of saying this morning, it's not going to be like unusual for us to see this kind of forecast. It is going to be very Florida-like forecast, but it is going to be one where it's still impactful. So while this is not unheard of that we see showers and storms in this level of heat, it is still going to be something we have to kind of track and watch out for, because it is going to be hot, humid, and stormy, and with lightning, of course, we want everyone to be safe with how many people are going to be outside. So today, we're actually still going to see pretty low rain and storm chances, 40% chance today. That's pretty few and far between. Yesterday was incredibly dry. I mean, we really underperformed when it came to the rain. So today, we'll be hotter and also have a little more moisture, so it's going to be more humid too. So all of these things combined will give way to a change in today's forecast. So 94 is our high today in Orlando. 30 and 40% chance of rain. That will really take off by, say, 3, 4, 5 o'clock when things are going to likely be at their most widespread, but still a 40% chance. Not bad. At the beach today, I do think it's going to be a lot drier. Inland is going to be where we have the higher chances of rain with this onshore flow and this onshore wind we've got going on for today. So when it comes to the heat index, say, too, it's going to be as high as, say, 102 to maybe even 106 in some spots, just because it is going to be a little more humid. So this is not, unheard of either for us to see, but it's going to be something you notice. Even this morning, when I was heading to work at 3 and 4 in the morning, it was definitely already steamy outside, and you can tell there's a little bit of a change in the air. So future radar looks like this, taking you through about, say, noon today. Over the next hour or two, we're going to be expecting just a couple of hit and miss isolated downpours that will begin to pop up on the radar. We'll see that Atlantic flow, so that easterly sea breeze kicking in, and that's going to help to drive a lot of those shower chances and storm chances inland. Things growing more widespread by 6, 7 p.m., but still overall pretty hit and miss. Heavy rain will still be possible. Frequent lightning, of course. Just remember, if you can hear the thunder, you're within striking distance. I would be much more concerned with lightning than staying dry, but obviously if you can seek shelter from the lightning, you should be able to stay dry most likely too. So a big takeaway is as we head towards, say, 8, 9 o'clock, sunset's at 8:30, by the way, officially around 8:30 or 8:29 to be exact, I think, in Orlando at least. We're going to be expecting a lot of the rain to be working its way west, and it looks like it's going to stay parked over, say, I-75 to Marion, Sumter, Lake, northern Polk counties, maybe into Osceola County. So I know there are some fireworks events tonight if you're maybe heading out closer to Tampa or areas to our west, west of Orlando specifically. That's where you might run into some hiccups when it comes to the rain and maybe a slight delay, but after sunset, things will lose their steam quite a bit when it comes to the showers and storms, just like on any given day here in Florida. So that's kind of one of the bigger takeaways. If you're heading out to Red Hot and Boom, fireworks show is officially at 9:30, and again, inland areas, I think at least for areas in and around the Orlando Metro and Orange, Seminole County, look to be pretty dry. So for Red Hot and Boom, it kicks off at 5 o'clock, lasts through 10 o'clock, weather permitting, of course, but everyone's going to be there. We're talking thousands of people, so just make sure you're staying cool. It is going to be hot and a little stormy at times, right around 5, 6 o'clock. So 92 by 5, 89 by 6, and then we'll see things taper off into the 80s. Still really muggy, especially if it's going to rain in the Altamont Springs area. This is, of course, at Cranes Roost Park, but the fireworks show, it's set to go off at 9:30, and by that point, I do think we're going to be pretty dry. So that's going to be some more positive news there. And the 4th of July weekend as a whole, it's definitely going to be a little stormy at times and wet, hot, humid. Again, all of these things are nothing that's completely unheard of in Florida. We kind of come to expect this kind of weather. July is typically, on average, our hotter month of the year, one of the hottest of the year, and also we're in the thick of the rainy season. So we're going to be hot and humid. The big takeaway, it's not going to rain all day. It's going to start at probably around noon. Again, pretty isolated. Things really taking off by 4 and 5 o'clock. That's when I would make sure that if you're not already inside, I would go ahead and head indoors. But if you really want to spend time outdoors, maybe before lunchtime, 1 o'clock, so noon, 1 o'clock, I think by 2 and 3, you're going to be pushing it. And we'll talk about future radar in a moment, but this also helps to kind of illustrate the timing. So these are our 4th of July storm chances. Again, starting off at around noon, 1 o'clock, a 20-30% chance of a couple of isolated downpours, meaning they're few and far between, and then they'll continue to grow more widespread, so more of them popping up. We'll start to see heavier rain, lightning, things really taking off. And it's no coincidence that's when the hottest of the temperatures are going to be taking off too. After sunset, though, again, we really see things kind of collapse and fade away. So looking at future radar for the weekend, I do think this might be overperforming just a little bit in terms of the rain, but this is looking at future radar just to give us a general idea of how the trends are going to go. Fast forward towards 1 and 2 o'clock, again, you can see all of these clusters popping up of these showers and storms. When we have pinks, reds, that means a lot of heavy rain, and you can bet on lightning too. Near the coast, I don't think we're going to be quite as dry as what we're going to see today, but still, generally speaking, not as widespread as inland areas. You can see by 4 and 5 o'clock really taking off, and then even by 6, 7 p.m., I know lots of people are heading out to the pools for barbecues, concerts, just events in general. There's so many happening, even just the beaches, period. You just want to make sure you have either a way to stay dry, but of course, stay from the lightning too. As long as you know know going into things that, hey, there's a solid chance it'll rain at some point today, I think you'll be set. But looking ahead towards 7 and 8 o'clock, see how quickly things kind of taper off. These showers and storms should rain themselves out, wash themselves out. Sun goes down, they lose a lot of their juice, a lot of their steam, and things turn a lot drier pretty quickly for tomorrow night. So I think for a lot of our fireworks plans tomorrow night, we're going to fare pretty well. It's just going to be really muggy and really gross outside and still pretty warm and arguably hot. So that'll probably be a bigger impact than the rain itself. It's kind of just like the aftermath of the rain we'll have to contend with. But, you know, it could be worse. Believe it or not, this is a bit of an unusual thing to talk about, is the fact that it'll be hotter to our north versus what we're going to be expecting in Central Florida and Florida just as a whole. There are a number of heat alerts, so heat advisories, which we see those. Those aren't terribly uncommon either, just across the U.S. But when it comes to extreme heat watches and warnings, I mean, lots of folks are going to be impacted by this. This is going to be a level of heat that is potentially record-breaking. It likely will be record-breaking for a lot of spots. At the hottest temperatures felt in probably 10, 15 years in many of these places at the least. So this is going to lead to dangerous levels of heat. This is what we call the heat risk, and it's something that kind of helps to outline where people have the highest chances of succumbing to heat-related illnesses, things like heat exhaustion or heat stroke. And the reason why this is important is because you'll notice Washington, D.C., New York City, all these places where we're having a really big events celebrating America's 250th birthday. So yeah, if you have friends or family, maybe if you're traveling yourself to the Northeast, usually you say, oh, it's going to be nicer there, it's going to be cooler, maybe grab a jacket. Nope, not this time around. They're actually going to be hotter. The actual air temperatures will be closer to where we're going to feel. So they're going to see actual highs in the mid-90s to as high as 105. Heat indices, so it feels like temperature as high as 115 plus in some spots. So that is dangerously hot. So if you have friends or family, maybe you're heading up there yourself, Washington, D.C. especially, it's going to be really, really sweltering over this weekend, and record-breaking heat is expected now across the southeast through the weekend, which it's pretty wild. I mean, the fact that it's going to happen over Washington, D.C., America's 250th, it's a huge celebration, but hopefully everyone stays safe and is hydrated, and I'm sure they're doing all they got to do when it comes to making sure everyone's staying safe too. But once we get through this weekend, I mean, it's really just more of the same. Hot, humid, mid-90s, daily downpours and storms in the afternoon. So welcome to summer.
So just enjoy the holiday weekend and stay safe out there.
Yeah, exactly. And that's always a big takeaway. But I think we'll dry out in time for most of our fireworks plans, which I know everyone's probably most concerned about.
That's what we're wondering, that's for sure. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Jessica Dobson, thanks for joining us. Mm-hmm. And before we go to break here, let's check one more time with our poll question of the hour. It looks like burgers was the winner, 39%. Orion in here raising the roof. We know what she voted for. 28% saying hot dogs, 31% saying barbecue, just 2% saying other. We will have a different poll question for you in our next hour, so stay right here on Fox 35 News Plus. We will be right back after this as we continue to watch a bustling Washington, D.C., watching those flyovers and the Great American State Fair on this Friday. So keep it right here, and we will be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look right now in Seattle. This is outside the hotel where the U.S. men's national team is staying. We're staking out. We do expect to hear from them later today, in about maybe 45 minutes or so ahead of their training, as they get ready for a big game against Belgium in Seattle coming up on Monday night. That game that you will be able to watch on Fox 35. A lot of excitement for that one. That'll be the round of 16 at that point. But there are some difficulties and an uphill battle that the USA is going to be facing after that controversial red card that was handed out to Balogun in that game this past week. And so joining us live to talk about this and everything else with the World Cup, we are pleased to be joined by Roxanne Kosh, Associate Professor and Chair of the UF Department of Media Production, Management, and Technology, but mainly just our World Cup expert here over these fun few weeks of the FIFA World Cup. Roxanne, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you for having me again. Love talking to you every week.
It has been such a fun World Cup. I know you're enjoying it as well, getting to go to the France games and another big one tomorrow for them. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. But let's start by chatting about the U.S. men's national team here, making history, winning their first World Cup knockout game since 2002. But it came with a cost. Just walk us through what you make of that red card call.
Yeah, well, let me say first, first knockout win since 2002, but also back to the round of 16. So I think it's awesome that, there's that first knockout win for 24 years. But with the addition of the round of 32, the team's not any further than it has been almost all the editions since 2002. And I do believe they can break the curse this year and actually, go to the round of Elite Eight. But of course, the celebration was a little bit cut short by Balogun's red card. It's definitely a tactical challenge for the next game against Belgium, because Balogun's been kind of the engine of Pochettino's system. He scores. He's on the stats sheet, but he also defends from the front. It all starts with him. He's been chasing down opposing defenders relentlessly to force bad passes and all of that. And it is kind of a questionable call. By the letter of the rule for FIFA, the video review officials are supposed to use slow motion only to determine the point of contact. They're supposed to use real-time speed to judge the intensity, the force of a foul, like how dangerous it is. And it seems like in this case, the video review officials showed the central referee a very, very slowed down, almost frozen image of the Bosnian defender's ankle twisting under Balogun's foot. And that's kind of against the rule. When you look at full speed, Balogun was not being dangerous. He was looking at the ball. It was a contested 50-50 ball. But yeah, in slow motion, it kind of looks like dangerous play. Like Muharemovic's ankle could have easily broken. It looks like dangerous play, but ultimately it's not like Balogun jumped into the tackle. He didn't launch himself at him with excessive force. He was running. They were both paying attention to the ball, and Balogun's foot didn't land where it should have, but it was an accident. So definitely a harsh red card.
There's been a lot of comparisons made to a similar play of Messi's. What do you make of that comparison? And were they similar calls where nothing was called on Messi and then we saw it on Balogun? What do you make of that comparison?
Yeah, I mean, I'm French, so I tend to also believe, come on, Messi. And I said that a few weeks ago, if you remember, after the first Argentina game, Messi was really lucky to not have a foul against him. It absolutely at least should have been a yellow card. perhaps a red card. And if you compare the two, like there's inconsistency there. It's either both are red or neither is. The fact that the VAR did not call on the central ref during the Argentina game seems even more unfair now.
So let's go into this a little bit further about how the U.S. team will play. I mean, Balogun has been one of their most consistent scorers. So now what?
And that's Pochettino's challenge, right, over the next few days. I mean, so one thing that I really enjoyed in the game, like what was it, 2 days ago? I'm losing track of the days, but I was pretty impressed with the control of the U.S. team. Pochettino's kind of reshaped the entire, defensive spine, the entire system. Before the game, I'd said Bosnia is probably going to sit back, absorb the pressure, and try to counterattack. And I think a few years back, I mean, that's how they beat Italy in the qualifiers of the World Cup. And so I think a few years back, the U.S. could have panicked a little bit more. They probably would have pushed more men forward to kind of launch attacks. But that, that increases the risk of a potentially cheap goal. This week, the midfield stayed incredibly disciplined. They recycled the ball. They tired out the Bosnian defense, and they struck when the time was right. So again, I think this team can beat the curse even without Balogun. What's expected at this point is for Ricardo Pepi to be the replacement. Obviously, he is a very different player, and part of the reason why Balogun was chosen over him as the starter is because Balogun is such a tireless first defender, right? Pepi is much more of a fox in the box type of attacker. He is a little bit taller. He's like 3 or 4 inches taller, so he's at about the same height as the Belgian defenders, who've been struggling in the air. With Balogun, scoring a header would have been a little bit harder, and I think that's very, very possible. So I think I'm expecting to see if Pepe's on the field, which seems to be the most logical move. He's a great finisher. The struggle will be to get the ball to him, which that's what they struggled with against Turkey, and hence the loss. But there's a good chance there. I mean, another solution would be to have Pulisic play a little bit more forward. But I think I'm expecting Pepi to be on the field.
Now let's talk about a couple of the other big things we're going to be watching today and this weekend. One of the darlings of the tournament, Cape Verde, they've got a tough matchup against Argentina today. How you see that one playing out?
I mean, I would love to see Cape Verde move forward. I think it's kind of that Cinderella story we all love. It happens also during March Madness every year and things like that, right? It's awesome. I don't know how they get past Argentina. Yes, they tied against Spain, but first of all, that ended at 90 minutes. I mean, with stoppage time, but there was no overtime. This time, we need a winner. And with Emiliano Martinez in the goal, even if it were to go to the shootout, which I don't really expect, I don't think that Cape Verde can really pull it off. And so, yeah, I think it's probably going to be an easy-ish win for Argentina on this one.
And then France and Paraguay tomorrow in Philadelphia on the 4th of July, and you're going to be there.
I am going to be there. I'm actually going to leave this afternoon because I'm afraid of the traffic tomorrow for 4th of July.
Yeah.
So I'm going to... What's that?
I said that's an understandable fear at this point.
Right, exactly. But this is, I mean, to me, this is a very special match. It's a very special game because that's one of my first memories of France in the World Cup is France playing Paraguay in 1998. You know, France didn't qualify in 1994. Before that, I was too young to have any memories of the World Cup, and so 1998 was the first World Cup I remember. We played Paraguay back then in the round of 16 already, and it was a tough game. It was a really hard game to live through. As a fan, I can't imagine as players. The kind of big thing is going to be the heat wave. It's hot. I'm in New York right now, about to go to Philadelphia, but I don't expect the Philly weather to be that different from New York, and it's expected to be over 100 degrees when the game plays, and the Paraguay players are a lot more used to that type of weather and humidity. But obviously, you know, France is the favorite. Paraguay did beat Germany, so got to be careful, and we definitely expect more of an offense defense type of game here.
Well, Roxanne, we always enjoy talking soccer with you. Thanks for joining us today. Hope you have a safe trip and enjoy your July 4th weekend and have fun at the game tomorrow.
Thank you. Happy birthday, USA.
Thanks, Roxanne. And before we go to break here, let me give you a live look at Lumen Field. This is in Seattle. That's where the U.S. men's national team going to play their next game again against Belgium. They played there once before in the tournament. That was that game that Alex Freeman scored. You may remember seeing the earthquake essentially that happened after that score. And once that was upheld on review as well. So a lot of excitement for that game coming up on Monday. Well, let's give you a live look right now at Mount Rushmore on this Friday. And our next poll question today here on Fox 35 News Plus. What's your July 4th soundtrack? You going with maybe some classic country, some pop songs, rock hits? Or are you just saying, hey, it's a day that I can finally have some peace and quiet? Maybe without the fireworks. Let us know. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. Scan the QR code that you see on your screen. We want to know what is on your July 4th soundtrack. Or maybe it's just Taylor Swift in honor of her wedding coming up this weekend. You can let us know that too. Maybe that's what it is. But we're going to leave this up for a minute here as we go to break. Get your votes in, and we will check back in coming up in just a couple of minutes right here on Fox 35 News Plus. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We are asking you today on this July 3rd, what is part of your July 4th holiday weekend soundtrack? Looks like most of you saying rock hits right now, but there's still plenty of time for you to vote. 12% saying pop songs, 37% saying that classic country. Nobody's saying peace and quiet. I mean, let's be honest, you know you're not getting peace and quiet on July 4th weekend anyway. So you might as well have some music blaring too as we celebrate. We are also continuing to keep an eye on those DC flyovers. Some of that is happening nonstop today over the National Mall. Been really cool to watch all of that. Also happening on the National Mall, we're giving you a live look at the Great American State Fair. It is busy today, and I'm sure we'll be busy again tomorrow. Crowds have really ramped up over the past couple of days as we get closer to this Independence Day holiday and celebrating America's 250th birthday. How about that? There are celebrations all across America, all across Central Florida. And so we've been wondering what the security posture is like ahead of some of these big events that are going on. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook right now. And so I talked with Jamie Copenhaver. He's a former sheriff's detective and investigator, and we chatted yesterday about what law enforcement is looking for at these events, some of the challenges that these July 4th parades and firework events and all that, the challenges that those pose, and also some advice for folks who are looking to go out and have a good time, but some things that you might want to keep in mind if you are going to be part of big crowds on this weekend. Holidays like July 4th always pose some sort of risk, but with this being America 250, potentially even an enhanced one. No reason you can't go out and celebrate safely, and that's what we talked about with Jamie Copenhaver. Jamie, I would imagine July 4th is one of those days that law enforcement everywhere, kind of even on a normal year, takes additional precautions, additional steps for safety and security. But this year, I would imagine that's ramped up even higher just because of all of the attention surrounding America 250.
Yeah, you're right on point. Every 4th of July has been a security concern. The 250th is amplified by 100. If you go back and listen to the press conference from Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen yesterday, Homeland Security is all over this. They've been planning for months, Garrett, for not only the nation's birthday in the 250, but also these World Cup games that are stationed all over the United States. So a lot of work going on behind the scenes. But, just like any other event, if you're in a large crowd, use your common sense. If you see something, we need to say something, but do something, meaning pick up the phone, call 911, alert the cops, and, get away from that situation if you feel the need.
What sort of challenges do things like fireworks shows and parades pose for law enforcement trying to make sure everyone stays safe? I mean, you're talking big crowds, you're talking a lot going on. Fireworks, you're talking the dark. I mean, what sort of challenges are there for officers when it comes to these July 4th celebrations?
Coming from law enforcement and an intelligence background, I was at the task force at the FBI for many years. And my main concern, this is probably one of the most heightened holidays besides Easter for foreign actors to come in and actually do something against our homeland. So it's iconic, Garrett. It's hot dogs. It's a good cold drink and fireworks, right? It's the American way. And if you're a bad actor or actor state from another state or country coming in here, that's a soft target. Nighttime, fireworks, the sounds of booms certainly would mask gunshots. So that's my main concern. Thank goodness, I think our intelligence apparatus at the federal and state and local levels are up to speed. I think they've been very educated over the years, post 9/11, and those fusion centers are stationed throughout the U.S. They're collecting data, Garrett, and then funneling that data out to the proper authorities for intelligence, and then they're going to follow up on any suspicious activity.
Well, and coming on the heels of that UFC fight on the White House lawn, that we learned there was apparently a plot, a plan against something like that. If that's not enough to make sure everyone is staying vigilant, then I don't know kind of what would.
That's a good point. Those actors in that attempted or planned attack on the White House during the UFC fight, they weren't from a foreign nation. They were domesticated. They were U.S. citizens, if you will. And, I think we're in a climate now where you don't only have to watch out for bad actor states, but we've got to watch out for the homebred domestic terrorist. It's here, it's alive, it's well. We just saw that play out, as you said, at the UFC fight. Here's something that I want to reassure the public. That didn't occur. The attack never took place because of the proper intelligence apparatus and the men and women behind the scenes garnering that information and acting on it, right? So, I think as a good steward of our communities, Garrett, we as citizens, if you see something suspicious in your neighborhood, it's not labeling you as a snitch. You may save someone's life by alerting the authorities. And I've always held my hat on this. If you see something, pick the phone up, let the cops figure out if it's valid or not. We're not police, right? So we've got to inform and be partners with our law enforcement community.
Well, and it's not always even terrorists, necessarily. When you're talking about some of these local events, you're talking about just maybe some disagreements, alcohol involved, things getting out of hand that can escalate and then just cause major issues and create a lot of danger, put a lot of folks in danger too.
So you're 100% on point. When you get the combination of darkness at night, the combination of a iconic holiday, and then mix that with adult beverages, alcohol, if you will, things go kooky. We've seen that many times. We've covered stories on your station for incidents just like that. But here's the deal. You can't go to one of these events and mix all three and have a good outcome. And like I said, leave your firearms at home. I'm a big Second Amendment guy, but if you're at these public events like that, people shoot their weapons up in the air, Garrett. Here's the deal. What goes up must come down. So let's not be shooting celebratory fire in the air. We saw that recently where someone was struck and unalive from a celebratory gunfire on the 4th of July a couple years ago. So all of the above is signs of danger. We've got to be smart as a community, and we've got to be supportive of our cops.
That's a good point about the celebratory gunfire, because it always seems, New Year's, 4th of July, that we see some sort of incident like that happening, no one intending for someone to get hurt, but that's just the reality. Like you said, what goes up must come down, and someone ends up getting hurt or killed because of it. Always a sad situation. That's an important, very important, I think, reminder for folks. So for those of us who are looking to just not looking to cause trouble, just wanting to go out, have a good time this weekend, 4th of July, so many fun things going on, right here in Central Florida. What is your recommendation for folks about just kind of being aware of their surroundings and making sure that you don't find yourself in what could be a dangerous situation?
I've always said stay away from large crowds, but it's impossible. If you're going to one of these 4th celebrations or events, you're going to have large crowds. What I would suggest is know your surroundings, know your exit points. God forbid something happen. Let's say it's not even intentional. Let's say something accidental happens and the fireworks go haywire and start shooting all over the place and explodes. Know your exit points. It could be something unintentional, Garrett. Pay attention when you're parking. Know exactly what's around you before you get out of the car, and just use your common sense. In terms of the large crowds, like I said, I can't speak enough. We've said it and said it and said it. If you see someone or something that just doesn't look right, alert the authorities. It doesn't cost you anything. You're not a snitch, and let the cops determine if it's an issue or not. That's my main pet peeve on that. And then, of course, let your loved ones know where you're at. Hey, I'm going down to this event. I anticipate being here at this time. I'll be done at midnight. So someone will know, and you're accountable to that person for your safety, because you may have an accident on the way home. So always let someone know where you're at and the anticipated time of being done.
A lot of good advice there and things to keep in mind, not just this weekend, but also a lot of weekends there. Jamie Copenhaver, former sheriff's detective and investigator, thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Always good to be with you. Thank you.
And let's give you a live look right now, Mount Rushmore on this July 3rd. And we also want to know what's part of your July 4th soundtrack as we are watching those Washington, D.C. flyovers today. I love that we have this shot up all day, or have at least so far. So what is part of your July 4th soundtrack? Looks like most of you saying rock right now. What is on your playlist? Let us know. I'm putting up this QR code where you can also, any specific songs, any specific artists, let us know. Scan the QR code, fox35orlando.com/share, and you can send in things that way too. Classic country, about 37% of you, 12% saying pop songs, 51% saying rock hits, 0% saying total peace and quiet. We love to see it. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll leave this up for a minute so you can continue to get those votes in, but we will be right back. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus on this Friday. It is after 12:30 now, and if you aren't already off work, you're probably counting down. I'm not saying I am. I'm saying you might be. But it is a holiday weekend, and we are excited for it, and we want to know what's on your July 4th soundtrack. Let us know. You can scan the QR code to the right there and vote in our poll. What's the genre of your July 4th soundtrack? What's the vibe? Is it more classic country, pop songs, rock hits, or total peace and quiet? We actually have some votes in now for total peace and quiet. Maybe you're just looking for some relaxing sounds, some sounds of nature on this weekend. Nothing wrong with that, that's for sure. If you have anything specific that you want to share with us, you can scan the QR code on the left. That takes you to fox35orlando.com/share, where you can let us know some of those things. We're taking a live look at Mount Rushmore right now and also monitoring these flyovers in Washington, D.C. Today. It's been really cool to see all of those. And let me also give you a live look right now. We took a look at this earlier. This is in Seattle, outside the team hotel for the U.S. men's national team, where you can see the buses have now gathered outside the Hyatt there. And we are expecting to see some of the members of that team board that bus. They'll be heading out to do their training a little bit later this afternoon. They're also expected to speak to reporters once they arrive there. So we'll listen in if we can to some of those players speaking as they get ready for that huge game coming up Monday night against Belgium right here. Lumen Field, home of the Seattle Seahawks and one of the loudest sports venues in the nation. So it will no doubt be rocking on Monday night, 8 p.m., Fox 35, when you will be able to watch the U.S. men's national team taking on Belgium in the round of 16. So that is what we will be watching coming up in just a little bit. But let me give you a live look right now. The Statue of Liberty in New York City on this July 3rd. Just a little bit ago, the New York City mayor, controversial in some right, Zohran Mamdani, he delivered an address this morning to commemorate America's 250th anniversary and actually gave that speech from behind George Washington's desk. Apparently this desk is older than the Resolute desk, which is in the White House and was used by Washington when it was located in Federal Hall, the first Capitol building for the U.S. and where Washington was inaugurated as president. I want to play for you a few minutes here of Mayor Mamdani's speech in New York earlier today.
Good morning, my fellow Americans. Season after season, year after year, the tides have come in and out of New York Harbor. Long before the name New York had ever been spoken, Lenape dugouts crossed these currents. It was on these waters that tall masts crested the horizon, captained by explorers like Verrazano and Hudson, after whom we've named our bridges and rivers. And ever since, ships full of travelers weary from long journeys have passed through the Narrows, the winds of the Atlantic at their backs. When those passengers lifted their heads to glimpse what lies just beyond the waves, what did they see? They saw land, lush and teeming with life. They saw men waiting at the docks to take them into bondage. They saw tenements rife with squalor. They saw industry rumbling with activity, steam and smoke rising, a city on the move. They saw a towering monument to freedom, her torch glowing worldwide welcome. They saw New York City. They saw America. Tomorrow, our nation marks 250 years since we declared our independence. 250 years of a grand experiment in self-governance, an experiment so audacious that some in 1776 doubted it would last more than a few years, let alone a quarter of a millennium. From Lexington to Los Angeles, Selma to Seneca Falls, Morrisania to Midwood, Americans will come together for a day, just as we do each year. Families will gather around the grill. Fireworks will fill the night sky. This will be no ordinary day of celebration. 250 years presents a rare opportunity for more than 340 million people to turn together, both towards one another and towards ourselves, to take measure of who we are as a nation. When we look at America, what do we see? Here at City Hall, as I sit behind George Washington's desk, alongside new Americans who came to this country, I cannot see all of America. But like so many who came before, I can see New York City. The city I see today looks very different than the one that greeted George Washington. In July of 1776, our city simmered under the yoke of oppression. The British had imposed a colonial rule so repressive that 250 years ago, 80 miles south, a small group of newspaper editors, farmers, and soldiers signed their names on a document declaring truths that feel self-evident now, but were revolutionary then, establishing the ideals our nation still strives to fulfill. The British did not take it well. War broke out, and that August, as the largest battle of the Revolutionary War unfolded in Brooklyn, batteries on Governor's Island took aim at British ships anchored just offshore. We were outgunned, we were outmanned, and we were soundly defeated. After only a few months, it appeared our fledgling attempt at democracy was on the precipice of collapse. But that night, with the moon overhead, thousands of our soldiers silently climbed into ferries and flat-bottom boats and escaped to Manhattan. The Continental Army survived to fight another day. Independence may have been declared in Philadelphia, but it was rescued in New York City. George Washington was the last to leave Brooklyn. As he waited at the river's edge, the sun beginning its rise, he would have looked out over New York City's waters and seen what so many have seen in the 250 years since, an opportunity to begin anew. Those opportunities, like everything in New York City, are not given. They are won. In 1838, 11 years after New York outlawed slavery, a recently emancipated black man by the name of James Weeks sought to begin anew as well, and to help hundreds of others do the same. He bought property in Brooklyn, won himself the right to vote, and sold lots to others newly freed. When they landed in New York Harbor, they knew they had something waiting for them that they had never had before, a home. Weeksville still stands today, a living, breathing testament to what we know America to be, a place each of us has the power to make. The harbor was busy those years as ships poured in from around the world. Hundreds of thousands of Irish immigrants arrived with stomachs aching from a famine manufactured by imperial cruelty. Chinese sailors settled in what is today Chinatown. Millions more traveled under the Statue of Liberty and through Ellis Island. Jewish people escaping pogroms, Italians fleeing poverty, Syrians seeking economic opportunity. Each of these new arrivals peered through portholes onto a city that was changing as fast as the nation. They saw merchants peddling their wares on the docks, streets being laid out on a grid, buildings rising into the clouds. They could not yet see the nativism they would face, the jobs they would be refused, the landlords who would not rent to them, and the abject labor and living conditions they would withstand. But no matter how much smog hung over the harbor, they still saw an opportunity to begin anew. Over the years that followed, despite laws enacted by the federal government to bar their entry, despite sweatshop fires that killed hundreds of women, despite riots aimed at their very existence, immigrants made homes here in New York City, and they helped to make New York City. That legacy of every generation of Americans insisting that the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness extends to them too, is no relic of the past. It carried millions of black Americans north during the Great Migration. It drew hundreds of thousands of Puerto Ricans to New York City after the Second World War. It invited countless others from the West Indies and South Asia and West Africa and across the world. And it is what brought my family to this city when I was 7 years old. My family did not arrive by boat, although we saw the Statue of Liberty from the window of the plane. Even from the air, we could make out the promise of America, the promise of the beautiful patriotic work of rendering America, year after year, a little more faithful to its founding ideals. There is a term so often used to describe our nation and those who have shaped it: American exceptionalism. American exceptionalism, the conventional wisdom tells us, makes our freedom a little more free, is how we dug the Erie Canal and irrigated the West, is why children in faraway lands grow up dreaming of one day moving here. And yet the irony is that the story of America has so often been written by those who were told by others with power and influence and wealth that they were anything but exceptional. For generation after generation, we have been told that when the world has sent its people to our shores, it has not sent its best. It sent Puritans and Sikhs and Quakers and Muslims and Jewish people who were banished for praying the wrong way, worshiping the wrong gods, angering the wrong people. It sent peasants and serfs from slums and shtetls who were treated as less because they hardly owned clothes, let alone land. It sent immigrants from whom power was something someone else had. We are told that America is exceptional because we are richer, stronger, more powerful than everyone else. The truth, my friends, is that America is exceptional because here, nothing is fixed into place. The frontier may be closed, we may have walked on the moon, but the work of fulfilling the values first enshrined in the Declaration of Independence, that work endures, and it belongs to us all. It belongs too to our newest Americans, those standing here with me today, all of whom were recently naturalized. Nearly a decade ago, I too felt what you feel, the joy of no longer being just a New Yorker, but an American too. You each hold a special power, the power to determine what America means. The powerful have always known their answer. America, in their view, is an arena of supremacy, where only a select few are allowed freedom, where not all are created equal. America, if you ask them, becomes less the more people it welcomes. America, they will tell you, belongs only to those with the right accent or the right shade of skin. The rest of us, they insist, should be grateful for merely being allowed to visit. How small they are, how weak, how unoriginal. At every moment in our past, those who led through exclusion and isolation have tried to win power and enrich themselves by turning us against one another. Division is the oldest trick in politics and the cheapest. But time and again, including 250 years ago, those forces of division have been vanquished by the forces of progress. As Thomas Paine once wrote, "This new world hath been the asylum for the persecuted lovers of civil and religious liberty. Hither have they fled." And yet today, too many of our leaders do not believe in a vision of this nation as an asylum for the persecuted, but rather as one that persecutes those seeking asylum. As we mark 250 years, what do we see? We see a city of contradictions within a nation of contradictions. We see the wealthiest country in the history of the world, one where children go to sleep hungry while the world's first trillionaire hungers for more. We see monopolies that dominate every industry and oligarchs who buy elections. We see masked agents terrorizing our streets, eating food cooked by our undocumented neighbors before spiriting them away in unmarked vans. We see a nation whose immense wealth has been built by those with calloused, dirt-streaked hands, those who toil on factory floors and chisel into stone. And we see a nation that has allowed so much of that wealth to be held instead in the soft hands of a precious few. Yes, we see America in a health insurance industry that exploits the sick, but that is not all we see when we look for America. We see it too in the nurse who works a double shift and then stops on her way home to check on an ailing neighbor. Yes, we see America in corporate landlords for whom negligence is a business model. We see it too in the father who tucks his children into bed beneath a ceiling stained with leaks, who wakes before dawn to go to work and still believes his country can do better by his family. Yes, we see America when we spend our tax dollars on bombs and bailouts, when we sell our elections to the highest bidder. Yet we see it just as clearly in every American who still believes this country belongs to we, the people. We see America each time neighbors link arms with neighbors without asking how long they have lived here or what papers they have, as ICE invades our neighborhoods. We see America each time those young and old stand in the beating rain or the stifling heat to cast their ballots. We see America each time working people demand more, not just for themselves, but for their fellow Americans. There are some who respond to those who ask for more from America with a simple refrain: love it or leave it, they say. But patriotism has never been about pretending our nation is without flaws. Patriotism is every act of righteous dissent. It is every march led under the heavy sun. It is every protest held a decade before its time. It is precisely because we love this nation that we will not leave it. After all, who loves America more than those who have sacrificed so much to make it free? Today, I think not only of the 4th of July, I think too of the 9th of July. 5 days after the Declaration of Independence was signed, it arrived here in our New York City. Redcoats had disembarked on Staten Island. More than 100 British ships loomed just offshore. Across this city, the Continental Army prepared for an invasion. George Washington commanded his brigades to assemble just a few feet from this building. It was known then as the Commons. Today, We call it City Hall Park. There, within range of British guns, Washington ordered his generals to read the Declaration aloud. And with the world's mightiest empire poised to attack, Washington told the people of New York City what we will celebrate tomorrow, that we had declared our independence, that freedom was within reach. That evening, danger loomed. Conflict was not a question, but a certainty. And yet when those early New Yorkers marched toward the statue of King George III that stood in the Bowling Green, a statue they would melt down into bullets for their young army, they walked in unison, grounded not in the pursuit of plunder, but in ideals that for the first time had a name: America. Those ideals upon which our nation was built, they are strong enough to endure any authoritarian regime, but only if we reach for them. Ours is a nation working each day towards the perfection in which it was conceived, a nation striving each day to better itself. Therein lies the work of America, the striving, the bettering, the reaching towards perfection. What a privilege each of us has to live in a nation that every one of its inhabitants can shape. What a responsibility each of us possesses to prove ourselves worthy of all those who came before. What power each of us holds to bring America ever closer to the greatness so many have seen when they looked upon these shores, the greatness that for 250 years has been America. Thank you. God bless America. God bless New York City. And happy 4th of July.
New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani's address earlier today in New York City. Give you a live look right now, Mount Rushmore on this Friday, and we're still asking you one last time here, what's part of your July 4th soundtrack? Is it classic country, pop songs, rock hits, or some peace and quiet? We want to know. Let us know. And let's give you a live look too, if we need to. No, we still have our shot. So vote in our poll. You can scan the QR code you see or go to fox35orlando.com/vote. We'll leave this up for another minute here for you. And so you can get those votes in as we wrap up this hour and also get ready for another. So our poll question will change in about 9 minutes. So get those votes in for this July 4th soundtrack. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
switch Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
I'm here with Ashley Edwards from U-Nation, and we are talking all things 4th of July holiday weekend. So kick it off, Ashley.
I'm so excited for this weekend. There is so much happening across Orlando. I'm sure you guys are all getting bombarded with things to do. So we've compiled a list of 10 different ways you can celebrate, watch the fireworks, enjoy the holiday at 10 different locations all across Orlando. And the best part, all of them are free. All you gotta do is show up. So when you're listening and you hear a location near you, grab your pen and paper and take some notes because we're gonna rapid fire this. So kicking off strong, we have Red, White, and Boom in downtown Claremont. These events are all happening this Saturday, July 4th. Red, White, and Boom is happening from 5 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. at Waterfront Park at Lake Mineola. Again, free family-friendly event. They're going to have food trucks, bounce houses, live music, and their fireworks happen at 9 p.m., give or take a couple minutes. We know how fireworks can be. And then the event will end promptly after that. Next, we have Downtown Winter Garden. In Downtown Winter Garden, they have their 22nd annual All-American Kids Parade and breakfast happening during the daytime. And then that celebration continues with the Winter Garden Farmers Market. They have their own Independence Day celebration happening both those same days. So the Kids Parade happens from 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. in historic Downtown Winter Garden. The parade lineup starts at 9:45, and the perfect time for viewing that parade is going to be 10 to 10:30 a.m. as it loops through West Plant Street. So as long as you're there, you're going to get a great view of this parade. Now, once you're there for the parade, go ahead and go over to the Farmers Market. From 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., they're going to have some free holiday family activities, which includes a dedicated kids craft section. So boom, straight from parade, straight to crafts. They're also going to have a ton of entertainment, food and treats, including $1 Nathan's Hot Dogs. What a better way to celebrate the 4th of July. And some great photo ops where you can take some selfies with an American 250 sign because it is the 250th anniversary of this country. Next, we're going to go to one of the most popular ones, I would argue and say, because it happens in the view behind me, the Lake Eola 4th of July Bash fireworks at the fountain. This is another free event from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. on July 4th. At 4 p.m. is when the gates open and you can go to downtown Orlando, enjoy a massive selection of local food truck, drink vendors, along with a ton of family-friendly activities, including a dedicated kids play zone for those little ones. 8 p.m. is when music starts performing at the Walt Disney Amphitheater at Lake Eola, and around 9-10 p.m. is when the firework displays will happen over Lake Eola. Make sure no outside alcohol is permitted, and with some all the traffic, be prepared. There's going to be heavy traffic in this area, so if you're going downtown at all this on Saturday, or if you are going, just be prepared to have some patience with leaving, parking. There's going to be a lot going on in downtown this weekend. We have the 4th of July Bash in Kissimmee Lakefront Park. This event is from 7 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. At 7 p.m., those festival gates do open. Food trucks will be there along Lakeview Drive, and they'll also have some beverage and concessions available for purchase as well. They will have live music featuring the R&B group Nina Sky as they perform on the festival lawn. They also have a kids zone, which will include free face painting, interactive activities, and some glow-in-the-dark giveaways. The fireworks are happening at 9 p.m. It's going to be about a 25-minute fireworks show, with the event concluding after the grand finale over the water. Keeping it going, we've got Avalon Park. Avalon Park also has a full day extravaganza happening, their 4th of July celebration. At 8 a.m., the day kicks off with the Firecracker 5K, which is a family run through downtown Avalon Park. At 5 p.m., the main festival begins the marketplace. They've got food trucks, community performances, and a kids' wet, dry bounce park that's going to open. So parents, bring a change of clothes, bring some towels. The kids are going to have a lot of fun, maybe get a little bit messy. 5:30 p.m. they have a bike parade that's starting along the Avalon Park YMCA and looping around Avalon Lake right there in downtown. 6 o'clock they're going to have the Apple Pie Bake Off. Sign me up for that. Oh my goodness. With cash prizes that'll be awarded at 7:30 p.m. Then 9 o'clock p.m., that's when the spectacular Independence Day fireworks grand finale will be launched over Avalon Lake, and the event will end shortly after the finale of the fireworks. All right, Lake Apopka, talking to you guys next. They have Apopka's July 4th celebration, another free event happening 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the Apopka Amphitheater, which is located inside the Northwest Recreation Complex. So this one is not directly on Lake Apopka, guys. The event starts at 6 o'clock. That is when the gates open, kids' play areas open, market vendors will be there, as well as local food trucks. Again, the event is from 6 to 9 o'clock with some live entertainment happening. At 9 o'clock is when the fireworks finale happens, and the event will also shortly conclude after that. For seating options, there is going to be some free inside seating in the amphitheater structure itself on a first come, first served basis, but there also is a lawn space available too. So you guys are really highly encouraged to pack your own lawn chairs, bring those picnic baskets, and set up in that recreation complex lawn. Following up, we have another one in Lake Apopka. This one's in Newton Park. It's Party in the Park and Fireworks, another event from 6 to 10 p.m. 6 o'clock is when those festival gates open, and they will have some live rock music performances by Dead Radio between 6 and 9 p.m., with the fireworks display happening promptly at 9:15, with the event concluding shortly after the fireworks end. Now let's traverse over to Oviedo. Oviedo Mall has their July 4th 250th Independence Day fireworks show from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. At 5 p.m., those festival gates open and the mall doors open. So this one's a special also inside event, so that'll be really good for that hot and humidity. Anyone who wants to spend 4th of July, I don't know, with some AC. The on-site parking also opens for the public viewing at 5 p.m. So the event itself is from 5 to 8 for the indoor section, so indoor holiday activities, a vendor marketplace. They also will have some really fun stilt walker interactions going through the mall and the different concourses that you'll get to check out. They will also have a very dramatic live spoken word reenactment of the signing of the Declaration of Independence happening on the food court stage. The little history nerd in me is geeking out about that, and that's happening at 7 p.m. inside the mall. At 8 p.m., those indoor events are going to start concluding, and they're going to be bringing you guys out to the outdoor space where the fireworks will launch promptly at 9 p.m. We're moving right along to St. Cloud. We have 4th on the Lake, which celebrates America's 250th. This is another free event that's happening from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. At 4 p.m., those festival gates open. Local artisan vendors are there, as well as a food court and food trucks will open at 4 p.m. as well. They will have an all-American car show, lining up some classic and unique vehicles right there on the lakefront. They're going to have some great live entertainment and continuous stage performances throughout the evening. And they're also also going to have a couple of contests going on that you guys can enter, including a kids bike parade, a Dairy Queen eating ice cream contest, and a hot dog eating contest. The most American contests really you can think of that you guys can enter and enjoy. And they're also going to have Sammy's Kids Zone, which is a dedicated area for your kiddos with yard games, volleyball, and a custom glow-in-the-dark putt-putt course. I love that. And the event concludes at 9:15 with a 30-minute fireworks show. And the event will conclude after the grand finale of the fireworks show. And for our grand finale of events happening, we have over in off of 192, we have at the Sunset Walk Orlando 4th of July celebration at the Promenade of Sunset Walk. This is another all-day event, free to attend, free parking. So those are two great key indicators. This event's from, they have the kid 4th of July celebration from 11 to 12:30. So this is an early celebration for those kiddos, kicking off outdoor activities, really geared towards those younger kids. And then the main event is from 4 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. So this one goes a little bit later into the evening for those looking to have more of a nightlife. So at 4 p.m., those main festival gates open. There's going to be street performers, craft fairs, vendors. There's a ton of really great restaurants along that promenade strip, so definitely count that into your evening. And there's also going to be nonstop live music across their two premier stages, including DJs, live music from like Guitar Army 250, bands like The Rundown. So it's going to be constant entertainment flowing all night. And a great nighttime finale where they're going to have a fireworks spectacular that's also accompanied by a laser light show, flame effects, confetti storms, and LED street performers. Gotta take a breath after that. So many events happening all across the city of Orlando this holiday weekend. So anywhere that you happen to be, 100% guarantee there's a 4th of July event near you.
Sounds super exciting. Ashley, what are you up to on the 4th of July?
My family's coming in town, so I'm really excited. I live, let me rephrase. Is coming in town. The place I live in Orlando is really, really great and central, and I'm able to see so many panoramic views of so many different fireworks celebrations. So I like to go to the top of my building. I like to look at all the fireworks views. We do a little cookout and just really enjoy the family being here. It's one of my favorite things, and kind of great living in a tourist city because people like to come visit you for holidays like this.
I agree. I mean, like you mentioned, anywhere you look out, you're probably going to see some fireworks. So that's how I'll be spending the night and sleeping in early. So
and sleeping in early. Listen, at 8:59, as long as you're in place, you're going to see something because it's just going to be a 360 Orlando fireworks everywhere.
Amazing. And this one especially is a grand celebration because of the America 250 celebrations going on.
I cannot stop thinking about the Oviedo Mall Declaration signing. That speaks to my little historian nerd heart so much that now I'm like, am I going to go to Oviedo for this? Like,
it sounds intriguing. Yeah. Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Ashley Edwards. Can we find these events on UNation as well?
Of course. If you're looking for more details on the events that I just listed, or you're looking for more things to do this holiday weekend and beyond, you guys can download the free UNation app. And if you want to follow along with us in more real time, you can follow us on socials at Stuff to Do in Orlando.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Ashley. Happy 4th.
Happy 4th.
And as we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, giving you another live look at the parade of ships in New York City and our new poll question of the hour. How do you feel about fireworks? I know there is a large spectrum of this one. So go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can also scan the QR code that you see right here. So are you saying the bigger the better, big fireworks fan? Are you saying they're overrated? If you've seen one, you've seen them all. Or are you the one setting off the fireworks yourself in your neighborhood pyro there? Let us know. We're going to leave this up for a couple of minutes before we go to break so that you can get those votes in. We want to know how you feel about fireworks. Going to be a lot of great fireworks shows around Central Florida here. So keep it right here as we count you down to some of those fireworks shows. We've got much more coverage to come here on Fox Local this afternoon. Don't go anywhere.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Check that out. That is a parade of ships in New York City, giving you live aerial views right now as that parade continues. It is certainly a sight to see on this Friday, July 3rd, just one day shy of Independence Day and 250 years of freedom here in the United States of America. We know there's a lot of fireworks celebrations all across the region, around the country, and maybe even in your neighborhood. In fact, it looks like 40% of you who have voted in our poll so far say you are the neighborhood pyro. So a lot of fireworks fans, it seems like, that are watching right now. We want to know your stance on fireworks. You can scan the QR code that you see on your screen. You can also go to fox35orlando.com/vote. Do you say the bigger the better? Looks like we have a tie right now. The bigger the better, overrated, or are you the one setting off the fireworks? We are tied right now. Someone needs to get another vote in to break this tie here on this Friday. A ton of fireworks shows around the region. We just heard about those in our community crossroads. We know tonight is Red Hot and Boom in Altamont Springs, one of the largest shows you will see here in Central Florida. We're actually going to have special live streaming coverage of that for you right here on Fox Local. So you'll be able to watch that tonight. You'll also be able to watch more live streaming fireworks coverage tomorrow as well on Fox Local. So you can watch that. Well, our tie has been broken, and then now two options are still tied, but votes are continuing to just come in by the minute. So get those votes in. fox35orlando.com/vote. Scan the QR code on your screen. That is our question of the hour. How do you feel about those fireworks? Like them or not? It is July 4th weekend. You're going to hear and see a whole lot of those. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and we appreciate you joining us today. Now to a little more news here. The U.S. this week did not renew its trade agreement with Mexico and Canada by the July 1st deadline, citing concerns about trade deficits between the U.S. and the two countries. That trade agreement allows for some more varied, affordable access to things like Canadian dairy, poultry and eggs, and Mexican agricultural exports as well. But the big question is, with that deal not being renewed, what does that mean for your wallet and my wallet and the prices we pay when we go to the grocery store? Fox 35 streaming intern Orion Boone had the chance to speak with Chris Jones, who's an associate professor at USF, to break down what the impacts could be.
What is the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement? What does it do for the United States and Mexico and Canada and the trade in between them?
Well, the USMCA is, in effect, an extension of the original 1994 enacted North American Free Trade Agreement. When I say enacted, when it was passed by the United States, which is a trilateral agreement between the U.S., Mexico, and Canada to, in effect, establish a free trade zone where there are no barriers. In other words, no tariffs, no quotas, no other type of export-import restrictions between those three nations. And that original NAFTA agreement, and sometimes the USMCA is referred to as NAFTA Light, because basically all it was an extension of that original 1994 NAFTA agreement, which, continued on that free trade zone, which in effect made it the largest free trading zone on the planet.
Now, from what I've been reading, the deadline to renew the USMCA agreement has passed. What does it mean now that that's expired, and what can we expect to see with trade agreements between the three nations in the future?
It's a very interesting question that you bring up. I think the answer is it's yet to be determined. This basic action, or if you want to call it inaction, by the current administration is really, it's something that's more or less an extension of this administration's tariff policy. And when I say this, I mean the United States. Their tariff policy with regards to other nations throughout the world, and actually trying to implement vehicles that could create free trade restrictions. And while everybody wants to pile on the current administration for doing so, there is a legitimate economic purpose for it, but it's where you have to look at a long-run economic trade-off versus short-term pain that exists as a result of reinstating, if you will, trade restrictions between nations.
And I think a question on my mind, and I'm sure a lot of our viewers, is will this affect maybe my grocery prices or any of the other things that I buy on a daily basis or weekly, monthly?
Well, it can, and it likely will, at least to some degree. To what magnitude? Again, I think that's yet to be determined. Keep in mind that between the United States, Mexico, and Canada, there's an enormous volume of trade that exists, and again, for more than 30 years has gone on without additional taxes or restrictions with regards to the flow of that trade. It ranges from things to agricultural products, literally some of the foods that we eat that we may import from Mexico, other products like alcohol-based products that we may import from Canada and that we may actually export to Canada, syrup, other things like that. But also, we do a lot of trade, particularly with Mexico, we being the United States, do a lot of trade with Mexico across borders with regards to automobile production and manufacturing component parts and getting products put together. And so it's a little bit unclear right now what letting this agreement sunset is going to do with that. But there are American automobile manufacturers that have plants in the United States, in Mexico. There are suppliers to those auto manufacturers that have facilities in Mexico to try to take advantage of lower cost production. And it's entirely possible that letting those things sunset could result, at least in the near term, in higher prices for U.S. consumers.
Surely, we want to keep those trade routes open between Canada and Mexico, them being our closest neighbors. What do you foresee maybe in future negotiations of the sort of surrogate trade agreement if they decide to not renew the USMCA?
It's a very good question, and if I knew the answer to that question, I would probably be the most sought after person in the country. I think there's a lot of variability with regards to that. I do think allowing the agreement to sunset, much like the imposition of the tariffs in and of themselves, by the current administration before the Supreme Court struck them down, was a method to basically develop leverage with other nations. As I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, the long-term objective for doing something like this, there is a political objective, but if you want to look at the long-term economic objective, it's to create more jobs in the United States. Okay, so if you're not getting certain products that are manufactured in other nations, as a result of higher fees, costs, again, import-export restrictions to have them come in. That obviously results in higher costs for consumers, and it may allow domestic firms to compete in a market where they haven't been able to compete previously from a cost standpoint. But again, the question becomes, all right, if we're artificially doing this at the end of the day, just to help create a few more jobs, what is the trade-off of creating X number of jobs relative to the overall level of cost that it's creating for the consumer in an economy that we're already struggling with inflation as a result of, obviously the events internationally and some of the things that we've had to recover from in terms of the post-COVID supply shortages.
Well, certainly an interesting situation to be monitoring. Chris Jones, Associate Professor of Instruction at the University of South Florida. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Ryan. Take care. Have a great weekend.
Give you a live look right now in Seattle. That's Christian Pulisic joining the U.S. men's national team as the players and coaching staff board that bus to head over to where they are going to be training. We expect to hear from some of the players coming up in just a little bit. So we are watching this afternoon as they get ready to board that bus. I think most of the team already on board. But we'll keep monitoring that. And again, we'll try to listen in live at the availability coming up in a little bit once they arrive at the training facility where they're going to be doing some practicing today. So that's coming up in just a little bit. We will keep an eye on that. One quick note, though, before we go to break, I want to give you a live look at the National Mall in Washington, D.C. The Great American State Fair is closed right now. The National Mall is closed because of heat. We know that there has been quite a bit of heat and humidity in that area. We've talked about it today and throughout the week about the warnings about that. So they have postponed the rest of the Great American State Fair today overheat until 5 o'clock. That's when it's going to reopen. Just a little bit ago, we saw huge crowds out there when they were doing the flyover practice, but they have made everybody leave the National Mall and leave the Great American State Fair over those concerns about heat. So that's something to watch this afternoon as well. Now, as we go to break here, I want to pull back up our poll question of the hour as we keep an eye on this U.S. men's national team bus that will be leaving the hotel shortly once everyone's on board. There's, what is that, Gio Reyna right there getting on the bus? Look at me, Aaron, I knew that. So he's getting on the bus, the rest of the team climbing aboard here, and then they'll be heading to the training facility shortly. But we want to know what your stance is on fireworks. The bigger, the better. Are they overrated, or are you the neighborhood pyro? Go to fox35orlando.com/vote, scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. We're going to leave this up for a minute and then we'll take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus.
program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
And with that, the bus carrying the U.S. men's national team leaving the hotel and heading to their training facility, where we are expected to hear from them shortly. If you give me 1 second here, I believe I can pull up a live look for you at that training facility, where they will be arriving shortly, and we should get to hear from them. So there is a live look at that training facility where the U.S. men's national team going to do some practice and get ready for a big game in the round of 16 coming up on Monday. Let me give you a look right now at our poll question of the hour, fox35orlando.com/vote. Or scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. You can just literally take your smartphone, open the camera, point it at it, and then click on whatever pops up. That's going to take you to where you can vote on this page right now. You can also do it in the Fox Local app. So that is what we want to know right now, your stance on fireworks. Looks like we've got a lot of big fireworks fans, maybe not ones who are going to set them off themselves in their neighborhood, but some of you are saying that. Or are you like the 16% that says, nah, they're kind of overrated? Let us know. This is our poll question this hour, and then we'll have another question for you coming up in our next hour. But fireworks related here, if you are a pet owner, you might have different feelings about fireworks than your pet does. We know it's a tough time for a lot of pets. I know my dogs have never liked fireworks, and so it can be a tough time for them. It's also one of those weekends where a lot of pets get loose because they end up getting afraid of the fireworks noise, maybe getting out of the yard, jumping a fence, whatever the case might be. So a couple of things: make sure your pet's microchipped, make sure they've got a collar on, whatever the case might be, or keep them inside so that they can't get out. Regina Gonzalez, our friend at Fox 13, spoke with an expert earlier about why pets don't like fireworks and how they deal with it, what that experience is like for them. Interesting conversation I want to play for you now.
Debbie, thank you so much for joining us. What an interesting take on this conversation. How you doing?
Oh, really well.
Fireworks tents are busy, but the light show. Oh, sorry. Let me make sure I have your audio. Okay, we're all good. Debbie, thank you so much for being here. So many of us have animals that get so anxious when they hear fireworks outside. From a biological standpoint, why does this happen? Is it because they don't understand what's going on?
Totally correct. For a pet, and I can speak of this on a personal basis because I had a dog that just would, when fireworks were going off or a really severe thunderstorm, she was certain that the sky was declaring war on our neighborhood, and it was just a night of terror or moments of terror for her. And basically, dogs can be, not all dogs are the same, but they can be pretty quickly overwhelmed. And also the smell of fireworks Dogs, I always think of them as a nose on four legs, and cats are eyes on four legs. But dogs also get disturbed by the odor of the fireworks because it contains sulfur, contains nitrates, charcoal residue, and even some metal particles. So you have to kind of treat your pets, even if they're in your house with fireworks out on in the yard. Treat them like an infant that's being exposed to something that's pretty scary, and you can maybe close the curtains or give them find their place of comfort.
Yeah, and I feel like when my dog has been afraid, we have what we call a thunder hat for them, and it's both of them are afraid of fireworks. They're not too bad with it. We have friends that have dogs that truly just cannot even contain themselves when they hear the loud booms outside. So kind of going off of that, what is your best advice, the best course of action besides medication?
Oh, totally agree. Most of our pets have a place in our homes where they feel safe. And for my dog, it was in a closet. Dogs are den animals, and she loved that. One of my neighbors had a lab, and the lab's safe place was in the bathtub. So it really depends on your dog and its personality. I think probably the best thing to do is put a blanket around them and hold them close if the dog is really trembling and having a moment of terror. That's how I think of it. So you just try to comfort them the best you can. Toys, special food, distract them. Kind of the things we do with our kids when they're feeling uncomfortable.
And for that, what type of medications, if owners do prefer that, what are the best medical remedies for animals that are afraid of fireworks?
I am so glad you asked that, because we now, after 40 years of studying the nervous system in our brain of all kinds of animals, including humans, we now know that their brains operate on the same chemicals that our brain operates on. Cortisol for stress, which is a stress hormone. Oxytocin is the social bonding hormone. Valium, not that I would recommend that, but definitely if your dog is seriously suffering, like your child or another family member, or even a friend, we now can use the same chemicals for their weight and their age that we use to calm ourselves and reduce anxiety. So talk to your vet, have them go over the history of how your dog behaves in stressful environments. And there is, antidepressants. They work for people, they work for our pets.
Interesting.
And anti-anxiety for sure can often need a little bit of medication.
Wow.
I've seen people bring their dogs onto airplanes, and their vet has given them the proper dose just to keep them calm so that they're not suffering.
Yeah, and I know, so forgive me if you mentioned this earlier, but I know a lot of, they've come out with these CBD pet gummies and those remedies. How do you feel about that as far as people giving them, a little CBD to relax them?
Oh, honestly, I'm all for it. Again, these kinds of remedies have been with humans since the beginning of our birth on Earth, if you will. It's such an incredibly harmless chemical. And honestly, we're all chemical factories. CBD is I'm just glad that it's on the marketplace legally. I have a friend whose father is going through some stressful cancer issues, and he is on his gummies daily, and his whole attitude is lifted. And that can be true with your pets as well. You know, we love them, we assume they're human, but they think and feel in the same way that we do. So we need to take care of them in the same way we do with any loving family member.
Okay, now, yeah, I was interested to hear your take on that, because I see a lot more companies releasing CBD remedies for pets. So we obviously all know the signs of a stressed pet: shaking, panting, some hiding under the bed. But what would you say some of the more subtle red flags are that owners might miss before a pet reaches some sort of full-blown panic attack?
Oh, oftentimes they'll be pacing and kind of looking at us, or again, trying to hide. I did find that a factoid, if you will, that the pet shelters, the times after the 4th of July and New Year's Eve, they have a huge number of dogs who have jumped fences and run as far as they could away from this vision, loudness, and the smell of our entertaining evenings. And it's so if your pet takes off by jumping the fence or through the screen in your door, check with the local animal care shelters.
Yeah,
but it's it's scary for them.
I know. And kind of going off of that, I know statistically July 5th is pretty much the busiest day of the year for animal shelters, because so many pets panic and manage to escape. So for families hosting people, or just know that their dog doesn't typically like fireworks, any best advice on how to secure the perimeter and make sure that they don't get out?
Oh, you know, that's a good one. I think rather than securing the perimeter, I would put the pet, and I think a lot of people have these little crates now that they can put their pet in the house when they're gone. And again, dogs are a den animal. We think, oh, it's a cage, I don't want to be in that cage. But in reality, for a dog, it's very comforting. So I think if you can secure the dogs, like keeping your infant in a crib, that would be a better solution to a dog that's likely to panic. And, you know, we know our dogs. So some could just sleep through it and they're just not disturbed by it at all. But smaller pets tend to be a little more anxious. It's just part of the way we have artificially selected the dog based on certain traits. And you just want to be as kind to your pet and treat them in a way that you would a child. Basically, that's what they are. They look to us as their parent. They're biologically programmed to that, and as a good parent, we want to feed them well, provide comfort in the home to them, play with them, love them, and do what we need to do if we see signs of stress.
And that is a really good way to bring me to my next question, Debbie. When a dog or cat is terrified, I know it's motherly instinct to go over and cuddle them and assure them that everything's going to be okay. But when they're already stressed, is that the best thing to do? Should we back off? Tell me your thoughts.
Oh, I can tell you that it won't matter whether you leave them alone or you're holding them, they're going to be stressed. And again, you kind of know your dog. So my dog would go to a closet, as I said, and I just felt so bad. But the more I closed the door and reduced the multiple stimulations of fireworks and odors and all of that, the more comfortable she was. To the point where I just closed the door and I would peek in, and she was actually sleeping while the fireworks in my neighborhood were still going on. So it really depends on your pet.
I love it. Well, I've loved this conversation. This has been very insightful. Debbie, any last advice, anything we may have missed before we wrap this segment up?
Well, I think that our pets look to us for safety, and they trust us with their lives, and just take care of your pet however you can do that. They are always part of our family. And I can't think of anything else, but if I do, I'll give you a call.
Well, no, I think you did a great job giving us some insight as to why they're afraid of fireworks and what we can do to make sure that they feel safe, and certainly, hopefully, that they don't get out of the house or out of our yards. Debbie, thank you so much for being with us. Happy 4th of July, and we'll definitely be talking to you again soon. Take care.
Thanks, Regina. Always a pleasure.
A lot of helpful information there and things to keep in mind. We've been watching as the U.S. men's national team arrived at the training facility. They're going to be speaking with reporters shortly. We'll try to listen into some of that. We are also continuing to monitor the parade of ships in New York City. Quite the sight to see there. These live aerial views for you right now. And we also want to know what your stance is on fireworks. So make sure you vote in our poll if you haven't yet. Scan the QR code that you see on your screen or go to fox35orlando.com/vote. We'll leave this up for a minute as we get ready to go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. We are watching the parade of ships sail through New York City right now. A pretty cool thing to be able to watch here with these live aerial images on this Friday, July 3rd, getting you ready for the big holiday weekend. And a lot of fireworks shows, so we want to know how you feel about the fireworks. Bigger the better? Are they overrated, or are you the neighborhood pyro? Let's give you a live look right now in Seattle. That's Christian Pulisic, the baseball star. Got a baseball glove on, playing catch, maybe to warm up here ahead of the U.S. men's national team training this afternoon. They're getting ready up for a big game against Belgium on Monday in Seattle. They will be playing that game at Lumen Field, the home of the Seattle Seahawks. Kickoff of that game is scheduled for 8 o'clock on Monday night. You'll be able to watch that on Fox 35. It's not what we not used to seeing Christian Pulisic throw things, normally working with his feet there. We expect to hear from some of the players coming up in a little bit. Not sure who might be available to speak to reporters today, but we will see, and we will listen in at some point today. Last night was the debate in the Florida governor's race. Patrick Bet-David on YouTube. He's a popular podcaster hosting a debate looking at the future of Florida. 3 of the Republican candidates participated in that. It would be Paul Renner, the former Florida Speaker of the House, Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins, and James Fishback. They are the 3 candidates who participated in that. The front runner, Congressman Byron Donalds, who we talked about earlier today here on Fox 35 News Plus, did not participate and has not participated in any debates with the other candidates. Now, we did hear from Jay Collins earlier today. He held a virtual news conference where he answered some questions and spoke with reporters on this morning after that debate. And here's a little bit of what he said.
Hey, I just want to address 3 quick points here, and we can go ahead and move into the Q&A. You know, I guess one of the questions that's come up here is, 2018, and did you support Governor Ron DeSantis? Look, I was at the tail end of a 23-year Army career. I was going through an MEB and an MRB. We were moving here, setting up our life, and in the end, I've supported him as a ride or die since day one, once we got into the Florida political scene. I accomplished more things as a state senator, 55 bills in 3 years, than most could ever imagine. I'm the only person on the stage who was handpicked not once but twice by Governor Ron DeSantis because he stood by me that much. I'm blessed to have his support, and I stand with him through thick and thin. He's America's governor. He's the greatest governor in our state's history. Number 2, let's talk about data centers. You know, interesting topic last night at the debate that sometimes became a little bit of a rugby scrum and then went back into debate form. A lot of discussion on data centers. And I think you also have to separate a couple things, data centers and hyperscalers. The question that I'm getting asked is, do I support data centers? And the answer is, I have incredible concern over hyperscaler data centers in our communities. I think they're a problem. I think that we clearly see potential to harm our communities. And when you have a hyperscaler that can take the same amount of power and water as a city of 50 to 100,000 people, it should be concerning. It should get your attention. When my people to the left and right of me last night wanted to question my stance and approach, I'll remind them that what they're saying is that Ron DeSantis doesn't know how to run his state, because my model is exactly the same thing that we are doing currently in the state of Florida.
Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins, a little defensive, and necessarily so after some of the criticism he received from a couple of the responses last night. And that first reference was to an exchange that he had with James Fishback, where he essentially was asked to whether he or not he supported Governor DeSantis in 2018. Let's go ahead and listen in live in Seattle right now as we are hearing from Tyler Adams, one of the U.S. men's national team players, speaking ahead of their training as they get ready for a game against Belgium on Monday.
a chip on y'all's shoulder. Can you just talk about the attitude and grit that you approach games with?
Yeah, I think that's kind of what Americans are built off of, and it's nice to see that in our DNA, the way that we compete every single game, the way that we believe that we can do something special. Again, you know, to go to battle with your brothers next to you, and see them go through the same kind of struggle at certain moments. You know, we've put a lot of, you know, blood, sweat, and tears into this thing. It's been a long time on the road, and you want to make it all worth it. Yeah, it's really different. I think that, again, it's a lot of experience. I think a lot of it has to do with experience and understanding what the circumstances are, how to manage those moments throughout the game, understanding that you don't need to win the game in the first minute or the 90th minute. There's a lot of moments in between that, and it's the details of the game. And I think you can just see a maturity of the team throughout these moments. You know, when you go up 1-0, when you go down 1-0, understanding how not to concede, how to score goals in the biggest moments, really putting those finishing details on a lot of things. I think you're seeing it start to come to life a little bit more.
Tyler, in your opinion, what kind of energy does the team need to bring to this game in order to beat a team like Belgium?
Yeah, no different than what we've been doing. Again, the opponent may vary, but what we're doing needs to stay consistent throughout this entire process, and that's what we've done since the start of these preparation matches. We've trusted the process that we've been on. Obviously, you know, go further back, we didn't have some of the results that we wanted, but we continue to believe in what we've been doing, and we continue to believe now.
And what stands out to you from your past experience playing in Seattle Stadium in terms of fans, the sounds, the noise, the atmosphere?
Yeah, just to embrace it. I mean, we're very fortunate to be having such amazing support as we've had. You know, specifically Seattle has been unbelievable in hosting us. So it's exciting to come back to a place that feels familiar, that obviously we had the win over Australia, and to know that we can expect that same energy again in one of the biggest moments of our careers is really special.
What is Malik like? Such a quiet guy.
Yeah, he's a funny guy. He'll definitely be more quiet with you guys than he is with us, but he's pretty consistent in his personality. A great person to be around. Yeah, he's a special person.
What makes you advice for coaching the first pitch?
Sorry?
What makes you special?
Tyler Adams speaking to reporters right now in Seattle ahead of their training before the round of 16 game against Belgium coming up on Monday. Again, 8 o'clock. You'll be able to watch that on Fox 35. We're getting ready to take a break here on Fox Local. We'll be back at the top of the hour. We will welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live, and we will have much more ground to cover. So don't go anywhere. But as we go to break here, we'll give you another chance to vote in our poll. We'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program with puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Ms. Easley, why are we in divorce court?
Your Honor, I love my fiance, but she is the liar and the cheater. And if she don't pass her lie detector test today, I don't know if I can go through with the wedding.
I've had a couple of incidences where I did not make the appropriate decisions. I've made mistakes, but I'm here to reassure her today.
One particular situation where me and her are on the phone like we normally are when I'm at work on my break, and she's preparing herself for a bath. And she gets in, we talking, and you know, whatever we talking about, and lo and behold, Antonio just walks straight in the restroom.
There's no lock on the door.
I beg your pardon?
There's no lock on the door. I couldn't lock the door if I wanted to.
But now I have a note here that not only has he walked in on her bath, you have actually seen them in bed together.
I was sick, Your Honor.
Yeah,
I had
she
the
was
flu.
sick, but I never knew anything about that. Just like I don't know anything. No, absolutely not.
So
we
what
got
were
up
the circumstances on the bed? Because Ms. Williams said she was sick.
We got up like a normal day. She was fine. We were talking like a normal day. I go to work. I call her like I normally do. No response. Text her, no response. At this point, like, yeah, when I get off work, I'm pulling up.
Right. So
and
you
that's
go
exactly
to
what
the
I do.
house.
I go to the house.
And what do you find?
When I go in the house, I open the door, I go upstairs. There she is at the top of the bed, laid naked under a blanket.
I have my underwear on.
And he's laid at the foot of the bed.
Now,
fully clothed.
Fully
Wait
clothed.
time 3 to 7 minutes at Terminal A. Terminal B is right across the way and was looking much the same. We were at Terminal C earlier, and that also looked good. I just came from baggage claim, and it looked fine there, too, which is tremendous. And I've been checking the flight boards all day. I'll flip me back around so you can see. Flight boards are over there. That all looks good. You can see a bunch of green. The yellow is not indicative of a delay necessarily. It's just a difference in time. So sometimes the yellow actually means that the flights are landing earlier than planned. So pretty good news there. Really not busy. And even when people in the areas where you go to check your bag, it looks really, really okay. The reason we came out originally is because people had been having a lot of problems with baggage claim and with their bags. That was largely at Terminal C. There were 2 different issues this week. One had to do with delays that started because of lightning. The ground crews can't work if there's lightning. And so that kept people on the tarmac for a while and then kept their bags from being able to be unloaded. And then that caused this backup, kind of a chain reaction of events is my understanding of it. And the result was that that people wound up waiting a really, really long time for their bags. There was another issue after that with a carousel breaking down a bit. And that has since been repaired. It's according to MCO. So again, good news there. And I did also talk with, that was all at Terminal C. I did also just talk with a guy who said he had some issues in Terminal B's baggage claim on Saturday night into Sunday morning. He wound up having to wait a couple of hours. He has no idea why. I did reach out to American Airlines, which is the airline that he was on, to find out more about that. And MCO says that their baggage claim in the system that they have right now is really not up to the standard they'd like to see. They are making some pretty massive investments to improve that. It's just one of those things where even if there are not currently issues, we're just kind of on the lookout because we know that this is a busy travel day. And because we've seen a lot of issues this week, we're just making sure that things go smoothly today.
All right, Fox 35's Marie Ettinger. We appreciate you joining us live from Orlando International Airport on this Friday.
Anytime, Garrett.
And I want to give you a live look right now at our poll question of the hour here on Florida Live. We've been walking you through a bunch of different questions throughout the day. And our big question right now is, what is the highlight of your holiday weekend? Let's see if I can get that to come up for you. Is it the food? Is it the fireworks? Is it family? Or is it something else? Go to fox35orlando.com/vote or scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. We have been getting your input on quite a few things throughout the day, and so we'll leave this up for a minute as we get ready to take our first break here and give you a live look at the Statue of Liberty as well on this Friday, heading into not just July 4th, but America 250 weekend. So make sure you cast a vote. Scan that QR code. Let us know what the highlight is of your holiday weekend. We want to know, and we will be right back in just a couple of minutes.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday. We want to know what the highlight is of your holiday weekend. Is it the food, the fireworks, time with your family, or is it something else? We want to bring in Fox 13's Regina Gonzalez, who is joining us live now for our Tampa connection. Regina, thanks for joining us today. Got the flags and everything. I love it. What's the highlight of your July 4th weekend?
So I was listening to you. First of all, hello, Garrett. Hello, everyone. I was listening to you. I know there was an other option, and I have to admit the highlight is probably going to be tonight. It's not only America 250, but it's my friend's birthday, so we're doing a colonial-themed bar crawl around Tampa, and we're all dressing up as different presidents. So I will be dressed up as Abraham Lincoln tonight.
I think we're going to need a follow-up on this on Monday.
Yes.
That's what I think.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out my outfit, but I do have a beard, a bow tie, and a big top hat ready to go. So, yeah, we'll check back in on Monday with that.
That is fantastic. All right. Regina,
what about you, Garrett?
The highlight for me, I would say just some rest and relaxation, time with my family, getting to spend some time outside and enjoy, family and friends and that kind of thing. I'd say that's what I'm looking most forward to. I like the food. Don't get me wrong. I love grilling out and cooking out. The fireworks. I'm never super whooped over fireworks, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I know you have dogs. Are they afraid of fireworks?
Yeah, they don't like them. No, so it's not a fun
so you're gonna be
time.
a good dad.
Yeah, it's not a fun time. But we played your interview earlier with the veterinarian, the expert, who walked us through kind of why that is and what to do. That very helpful stuff, I think.
I know. That was some pretty good insight. I didn't realize. I mean, you think about how strong their scent is, that they could even smell the fireworks depending on where they are. So yeah, I'm really glad we talked to her, because I feel like it's so typical to just want to cuddle your dogs and assure them that everything's going to be okay. But sometimes that's not even the answer. So yeah, she had some really good info to offer. I'm glad you played that.
Yeah, it was good stuff. What else is going on in the Bay Area today, Regina?
All right, what isn't going on in the Bay Area? I'm going to start off with Polk County, because I know that's kind of between you and I, so you might have even some viewers from the Orlando area heading into Polk County. In both Lakeland and Winter Haven, there are going to be fireworks celebrations going on, plus a lot more. So we'll start with Lakeland's annual Red, White, and Kaboom 4th of July party that typically draws between 30,000 and 50,000 people to downtown's Lake Mirror. And this year, to celebrate America's 250th birthday, we know there's going to be a massive 15-minute fireworks show, a live band, and a performance of the national anthem. That all gets started at 6 o'clock, and the fireworks are expected to begin at 9. And then, as I mentioned, Winter Haven also celebrating America's 250th tonight, and the party there we know is on the shores of Lake Silver with live music. This is cool, a water skiing show. Of course, plenty of food, family fun, and then an extra special fireworks finale that's going to get underway as it starts to get dark out. So everything there gets going at 5 o'clock at Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Park. So two great options for you tonight to celebrate the 4th a day early. And then we can head on over to Tampa. That's because the Riverwalk in downtown Tampa is going to host a huge celebration. They're actually expecting it to be the biggest one they've hosted yet. It's called Liberty by the Bay. It'll be at Julian B. Lane Park, if you're familiar with downtown Tampa. Great park located right along the Hillsborough River. All of the fun is going to kick off at 4. National anthem going to be played at around 8:30, and we can even share, if you're familiar with Fox 13's Mark Wilson, he is actually going to be performing ahead of the fireworks getting started. There's going to be a great headliner band called Phoenix 5. We actually had them on our stream not too long ago. They're really excited about performing tomorrow and getting everybody up and dancing. And something that Tampa doesn't typically do, but that is all going to be followed by a 250 themed drone light show and fireworks at 9 o'clock. So that's a really cool spot to celebrate America's 250th birthday. And then if you're headed on down to Pinellas County, because I know some people in the Orlando area like to check out our beaches over here, you can then head out to the pier, the St. Pete Pier. That's where the 4th Independence Day celebration is going to go on from 4 until 10 p.m. St. Pete Beach also going to host a red, white, and barbecue event at Huron Park. That's going to run from 5 until 9 with a special military tribute flyover at 5:30. Admission and parking there is free. There's also parades and other celebrations happening in Largo, Safety Harbor, and Clearwater. And if you're outside the Tampa Bay area, don't worry. I still have a list of what else you can do. There's going to be the Brandon 4th of July parade at the Hillsborough County Fairgrounds, a Salute to America event at the historic Sand Hill Scout Reservation in Brooksville. If you're going to Sarasota, they are going to host several fireworks celebrations with the fireworks show starting at 9. And then the United on the Manatee River celebration at Rossi Park in Bradenton. That begins at 5 o'clock. So a lot of ways to celebrate our nation's 250th birthday in the Tampa Bay area.
So many great ways, and we know, Regina, as well, that there's going to be, a lot of these fireworks celebrations going to have special streaming coverage that folks can watch in your area and in our area as well. Talk with us about what we can expect.
Yeah, so tomorrow night from 7 to 10 p.m., I am going to be right here live bringing all of our audience to different celebrations across the state, because I know actually your team was kind enough. They're going to offer us some streaming of fireworks happening in the Orlando area. And then we are going to have a team at Liberty by the Bay, which I just mentioned. So that'll be the live musical performances. We're going to chat with our own Mark Wilson ahead of his performance. And then we're going to bring you the drone show, and then we'll probably head on over to St. Pete after that to catch their fireworks show. A lot of these events are happening kind of around the same time, so we're kind of going to dabble from one place to another, as well as Garrett, with all of our buttons here. But yeah, it's going to be fun. We actually are going to have a St. Pete resident. He decorated his house. He got a huge Statue of Liberty statue and put it outside of his house. His house is decked out for America's 250th birthday. So we're going to chat with him. He's going to literally walk us around the front of his home. And I know that it's a great place to drive by to take pictures. So he's coming on. And we're also going to check in with some of our Fox correspondents and check out some celebrations across the nation, which I know you're already doing already. Things are already getting started. And we have to be really grateful here in Florida, because even though we think it's hot, I heard you mention, and I was covering earlier, that the parade in Philadelphia got canceled because of heat, and now I heard that the state fair in Washington, D.C. got postponed a little bit because of heat. It's much hotter everywhere else than it is here.
I know, isn't it crazy? Of all places for it to be so hot, it's the places where everything is going on. Yeah, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., it's crazy. They're hotter and humider than we are right now. But
I know.
It's just wild to see.
Yeah. So if you don't want to delve into the heat and maybe get away from the crowds, then watch us here on the stream. Yeah. We'll bring you all the fireworks shows up close from the comfort of your own home.
Exactly. You can stay inside, watch, the red zone of fireworks, red, white, and blue zone. There you go, of fireworks.
Yes.
Throughout Central Florida and the Bay Area. So that's we're looking forward to seeing that, because we know that a lot of these celebrations around our area, they know how to do it right with these fireworks. That's for sure.
Oh, I'm excited. And drone shows. I mean,
Yeah,
such cool stuff to see.
Yeah, it's a really good time. Fox 13's Regina Gonzalez, we appreciate you joining us here for our Tampa Connection.
Of course. Happy 4th of July. Have a good weekend.
You too. Can't wait to see those pictures of you as Abraham Lincoln.
We'll see if we share those or not.
All right. And one more note, too. We will have some special live streaming coverage tonight of Red Hot and Boom going on in Altamont Springs as well. So we've got you covered here on Fox Local. That is for sure. Well, let me give you another live look right now. Mount Rushmore on this Friday, getting ready to head into the holiday weekend. And our poll question of the hour, we want to know, what is the highlight of your holiday weekend? Look like most of you saying family right now. Get those votes in. Fox35Orlando.com/vote, or scan the QR code that you see on your screen. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us, giving you a live look right now at Mount Rushmore and our poll question of the hour. What is the highlight of your holiday weekend? We are talking July 4th, probably in that Independence Day mode already at this point on this Friday afternoon. Looks like 46% of you saying family, 26% saying fireworks. This is changing by the moment. Get those votes in. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote or scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. I want to bring in Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard. Was trying to steal a sip of her water over there, but I caught her anyway.
Hey, stay hydrated. It's hot outside. That's what I'm trying to do. We got liquid IV in here because I forgot to drink water this morning. So don't do what I did this morning.
Yeah. Well, at least you're hydrating now. That's something that a lot of folks are going to need to be doing because of this heat and humidity. We were just talking a couple minutes ago about how in Philadelphia, the big parade today canceled. The Great American State Fair in Washington, D.C. closed right now until 5 o'clock because of heat concerns. So, I mean, a lot of things that that are being impacted by this weather.
And let's actually start there, because what I want to show you first is the heat indices that are right now expected for tomorrow in Florida. And while I show you that, let me actually find a graphic where it shows you the current heat index. But this is what it's going to be feeling like tomorrow. Once we head into a little bit later on this evening, probably right now is where we're seeing those heat indices at their highest. So this is what we're seeing out there currently. Ooh, feeling like 100 in Kissimmee, 100 in St. Cloud, 106 in New Smyrna. Whoa, that's hot. But again, this is the crazy part about this pattern that we're in currently, because what we're going to be feeling tomorrow is probably even warmer than what we're feeling already. So heat indices for the 4th of July, because this is the question that's on everyone's mind, Garrett, is how hot is it going to be, and are the storms going to impact any firework displays? We'll answer both those questions by the end of this segment. But overall, it is going to be hot. It is going to be humid tomorrow, and especially with those storms coming in off the East Coast. Genuinely, when I see temperatures this hot, it means pool day or beach day for me, and especially for the beaches tomorrow afternoon. It may get a little dicey with those storms starting to blossom right at around noon, but other than that, we're actually looking pretty good along the East Coast. It's more a metro area once we head into tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening that I'm a little worried about. But again, we mentioned that Philadelphia is canceling the parade, the American Festival.
Great American State Fair on the National Mall closed right now because of the heat.
So not sure what it's feeling like right now, but for tomorrow, we're quite literally everywhere. All major historical cities, Boston, New York, Philadelphia, DC, all of those areas are genuinely going to be hot spots, not only just because of how crowded it is. I'm talking literally. This is what it's going to feel like across the eastern part of the country, taking a look at tomorrow. Feeling like 110 on Saturday for the 4th of July in Washington, D.C., with a couple of scattered showers expected. And then on Sunday, more of the same, going to slowly start to see more of those storms amp up. So I'm really hoping that fireworks and any big America 250 events are not going to be delayed or canceled because of the storms. I'm more worried about the heat, especially in these areas, because again, feeling like 111 in Washington, D.C. tomorrow, feeling like 106 in St. Louis, 111 in Nashville, and here in Orlando, I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's only going to feel like 103. So areas especially off to our northeast, this is where we're really seeing that quite literal hot spot because of this heat dome that's quite literally dominating over the eastern half of the country. So it's going to be hot and humid for millions of people, Garrett, as they're celebrating the 4th of July holiday. So I know you caught me drinking water earlier, but seriously, drink plenty of water. I know at the National Mall, there's not a lot of shade. So unfortunately, there's just you kind of just have to try to find AC when you can. It's just so important to make sure you're keeping healthy, especially during these storms and especially during this heat as well. Because seriously, I took Honey for a walk, my dog, what was it, 9 a.m. this morning? And it was already sweat immediately. And it was already almost feeling a little woozy. Again, I didn't drink a ton of water this morning, and I felt it even just after about a 10-15 minute walk. We had to kind of turn back. So drink plenty of water, take the AC breaks while you can.
Yeah, because we know this is the weekend that a lot of people are going to be spending a lot of time outside, probably trying to cook out, maybe spending time by the pool. That'd be a good place to be You know, you can cool off a little bit that way, but you got to stay hydrated on a weekend like this.
Yes.
But also, people are hoping that the rain holds off for some of the fireworks displays. So what are we looking at when it comes to the timing of the showers and storms?
Yes, let's start with tonight first and foremost, because we have a lot of events happening here tonight that are going to be getting underway. So I do want to take you over to our Lake Mary Tower Cam that is actually taking a look over Cranes and Roost Park in Altamont Springs. You can see the I-4 eyesore right there. And we're going to continue to see more of these storms pick up throughout the rest of the afternoon. But good news for tonight is I think areas especially across Mount Dora, where they're having a fireworks celebration tonight, Altamont Springs, things should be pretty much dry by the time we hit about 9 o'clock, which is when fireworks are getting ready to get set off across Central Florida. So taking a look out there right now, we're starting to see some very spotty storms. Palm Coast, Daytona Beach, kind of little spit storms picking up. But right now we're also seeing another little storm right on the border of Lake Jessup and parts of Volusia County, and then just these little very spotty storms. But what I can see already right here is a sea breeze already starting to form up. So we can see Titusville, Cocoa Beach, Melbourne, that's a sea breeze, and we're going to continue to see some of these storms over here push inwards. So we are going to be seeing some storms mainly pick up, especially east of Orlando. And you can see that when we show you the models in just a moment. But luckily, once we hit about 9 o'clock, I think we're going to be in the clear, especially for Red Hot and Boom at Altamont Springs, and then Mount Dora, that's also having one of their festivals tonight. I think we should be good. So taking a look, here's where we're tracking those temperatures slowly falling down into the 90s. Red Hot and Boom at Cranes Roost Park, starting off at 5 o'clock, temperatures cooling down, not by much, only into the low 80s. But check out, by 9 o'clock, only a 20% chance of rain. So I'm liking my odds for tonight, especially. Tomorrow, maybe a little bit of a delay. So just be prepared for that, because we can see some lightning tomorrow. You can see those storms lasting a little bit later on in the evening, but starting to calm down by 9 o'clock. I know most of the festivities, especially across areas in Sanford and fireworks at the fountain at Lake Eola, those fireworks get set off right at around 9:30, somewhere in there. So we're going to be watching the forecast very closely, because again, if you can hear thunder, you are at risk of getting struck by lightning. And all of these events as of right now do have lightning precautions. So something that we're going to be tracking is the lightning within these areas that may cause a minor delay with these firework displays that we're seeing tomorrow.
So be aware.
Be aware. We're going to have you covered. TJ will have you covered tomorrow morning. I'll have you covered later on tonight, and we'll talk about every single hour between now and when we're setting off fireworks tomorrow night.
So we are out of time here on Florida Live. Just doing a half a show here today. And the reason is because we have a very special treat for you. Laurel, we've got about 30 seconds left here. Just tell us what we're about to see.
I am so excited. This is one of my first long-term projects, and about a month ago, I went up in a P-3 Orion, and I flew in a plane that is 50 years old that flies into the eye of a hurricane. And the next half hour is dedicated to one of those missions. So I'm taking you on a flight with me in a mission with the hurricane that flies into the eye of a hurricane. And the next half hour is dedicated to one of those missions. So I'm taking you on a flight with me in a mission with the hurricane hunters.
So don't go anywhere. That's coming up in about 5 seconds right here on Fox 35 Plus and on Fox Local.
NOAA 43, contact Orlando 120.15. 120.15, NOAA 43.
The NOAA Hurricane Hunters are an elite group of pilots and scientists that fly into the world's worst weather. This crew flies directly into hurricanes to get vital forecasting data so the models can be more accurate and we know what's coming when the next storm hits. But have you ever wondered what it's like to fly in one of the Hurricane Hunter aircrafts? Well, you're about to find out. I'm joining the Hurricane Hunters on a mission, and I'm taking you with me. So let's gear up, climb aboard, and let's get ready to fly. This is Tracking the Tropics, the Hurricane Hunter Experience. Before hurricane season begins, and even as the season is still quiet, there is no off season for the NOAA hurricane hunters. They are constantly testing the latest tech and making sure this top-notch crew is ready for any storm, even if it's just a few thunderstorms. So today, we are joining the hurricane hunters on a test flight. Today's mission, train flight directors and meteorologists to calibrate the tail Doppler radar of the P-3 Orion Hurricane Hunter aircraft. This is one of 3 radars on the P-3 Orion, and this one takes a vertical picture of the weather happening around the plane. But before we take flight, we have to meet the crew. To get ready to fly, we have to talk flight plan and the weather that we'll be facing during the flight. And to break it all down is Flight Director Quinn Kalin and Lieutenant Commander Chris Wood.
All right, good morning, everybody. My name is Quinn Kalin. I'll be your flight director today. Welcome, Ryan. First flight on the P3. This is what we'll be doing. We'll be doing a rotated figure 4 coming in from the south. Sea breeze initiation between 1,500 and 1,600 local. As you know, the tops can get pretty high, 45,000 feet, 50,000 feet. Turbulence, light to moderate, particularly getting out and in just with the thermals, you know, when we're in the boundary layer. All that mixing coming in, making some little bumps. That's about it. It's pretty quick. Fly around, find out, do some training. That's it.
For those of us riding the first time today, I am Lieutenant Commander Chris Wood. I'm the aircraft commander today. Make sure that everybody is well prepared and has all the skills they need for when we are doing PDR ops this summer in the storm environment. So we get all the data that we need to the Hurricane Center so that all those all the different advisories and stuff like that can go out. We can have the best models possible for the best planning possible.
After getting briefed on the flight plan, it was time to climb aboard an aircraft that has been flying into 50 years worth of hurricanes, Miss Piggy.
So this is called your ditching assignment right here. So if you look, this will have instructions on what you're supposed to do from your seat, right?
After a quick safety briefing, it was time for one last team meeting before taking flight.
Expecting about a 5.5 hour flight. It's going to take an hour to get out to the first point and an hour back once we're done on station. Furthest distance from home, 270 nautical miles. Furthest distance from land, 150.
All right, well, that's going to do it then. We're going to complete the brief here. We're going to go ahead and take our seats. We're going to start engines here shortly.
Oh, and fuel ignition switches. RPM switches. 2 and 3. Fire detectors. Check. TD switches. All right, inertial, HSI, standby attitude.
So here's the plan. Take off from Lakeland and fly over Melbourne to get out over the ocean. Then fly a rotating figure 4 maneuver, just like the hurricane hunters would when flying into a tropical system. After all the training is done, it's time to work our way back home, fly directly over Cape Canaveral, and land safely back in Lakeland.
We got good visuals up here, so we're coming south. All right, well, I'll just do a pre-5 then. 4-5, 81 departure with our contact.
Ian was the worst turbulence storm. What made it stick out was the side-to-side turbulence we got rather than your normal up and down. I remember getting thrown side to side in my seat, and it was nerve-wracking, that's for sure. We have bunks in the back for crew rest. The pilots and the flight engineers will go back because they have to rotate out every so often. Ian put all the bunks on the floor, and it was just a mess back there.
Talk to me a little bit about the turbulence of what it actually feels like when you're flying into a storm. How does it feel from your perspective of actually being thrown around?
Yeah, every storm is different, and so a tropical storm can toss you around as much as a Category 5 hurricane. I always liken it to being on a wooden roller coaster that is inside of an automatic car wash. And so the plane is vibrating from the hum of the engines, there's wind flowing by, and you're getting bounced around, and especially sitting at this seat, and the job here is to launch expendables, launch instruments out of the airplane. It's nice to have a job to do, so you can stay focused on that, and maybe not so much that you're getting tossed around. But it can be exciting. It can be a little harrowing at times, but our crews are fantastic. Our pilots are constantly training to fly this aircraft and keep everyone on board safe. We have meteorologists on board who are watching our radar systems, making sure that we're not flying through anything that's too nasty. And everyone on board is just an absolute professional at what they do. It's a really great team.
We've been doing this for a long time. There's an extensive training program for each and every position on there. So when we hit it, it'll shake you a little bit, but everybody keeps coming back to do the mission again. So nobody's gotten rattled so far.
Right now, we're sitting in a plane that was built in the 1970s. It is up to date with the latest 2026 technology. From an engineering standpoint, how hard is it to keep this 1970s airframe up to date with the latest technology?
With all the technology, we have an excellent engineering and technician team here. And so my job is to work with the scientists and figure out what new systems they want installed in the airplane. The engineering team works to actually get those physically installed on the airplane, make sure that they're getting the power requirements, the data requirements that the instrument needs to actually function. And then our technicians are fantastic at getting those things actually installed in the aircraft, everything hooked up correctly, and then operating them as we go through the storm. Everything in the aircraft, is the latest and greatest that we can provide. And the aircraft are getting older. We are getting new airplanes here in the next 5 years or so. But for the next few years at least, we're going to keep flying aboard these and doing what we can with them.
When we come back, we will take a closer look at a plane that has been flying into the world's worst weather for 50 years and get a closer look at the tail Doppler radar that we are training on today. Welcome back to Tracking the Tropics, the Hurricane Hunter Experience. The P-3 Orion aircrafts are truly incredible laboratories with wings. Miss Piggy and her P-3 Orion counterpart Kermit have been flying into storms for 50 years, and they have the victory markings to prove it. Soon, it will be time to pay tribute to their inspirational, celebrational, and Muppetational career. The P-3 Orion will be phased out during the 2030 season for 2 specialized C-130J Hercules to become the next generation of Hurricane Hunter aircrafts. So let's meet one of the stars of The Muppet Show and the amazing aircraft that we are flying in today, Miss Piggy. And to give us a tour of the incredible aircraft is Nick Underwood, an engineer with the NOAA Hurricane Hunters.
Up here, we got the flight station. This is where our pilots sit and our flight engineers. They're the ones keeping us safe as we actually go through the storm. Coming back this way, here we'll have our navigator. They'll help the pilots talk on the radios. They'll also help plot tracks through the storm. Across from them sits our flight director. So this is our onboard meteorologist. And so they're watching our nose radar system as well as our lower fuselage radar system.
Any concern about Orlando airspace? We can deviate to the right.
Looking at the ground radar, if we go right, that's our better chance on the back end. If you have the FD mirror up, I can show you the ground radars there.
They're plotting our tracks through the storm, making sure we're not flying through anything too nasty that's going to overstress the airframe.
Right.
Coming back this way, you'll see all these different science racks. These are loaded with computers, processing boxes, everything else for our radar systems, our step frequency microwave radiometer systems that measure measure wind speeds at the ocean surface.
Very cool.
Coming further back, this is our data station. This is where everything that we're collecting on the airplane, whether it's the radar data, dropson data, from the UAS platforms that we're launching, everything flows into this point right here and then gets sent off the aircraft via satellite.
Very cool.
Back here, this is our drop station. So this is where we're launching dropsons, we're launching ocean sensors, our uncrewed aerial systems. This is where all of that is being launched and that data is flowing into. So outside the airplane, so in the black part here, that is the radome for our nose radar. And so that's can only see out for about 80 to 100 miles. And so we use that for more of our tactics. So once we're in the storm, that's where we can really get a high resolution picture of the different cells. We can bob and weave our way around.
Yeah.
The large M&M looking fairing on the bottom of the airplane.
It does, good description.
That has our multi-mode radar. And so that scans horizontally out for about 300 miles.
Oh,
and so that's for more of our strategy. That's where we can get a clear picture of the storm from the outside, start to see its structure, start to figure out, okay, this is our plan track in. We're probably going to have to deviate here, deviate there. And so that is a very good operational tool for us. Both of these allow us to safely get through the storm. And again, our flight director on board, our meteorologist, they're constantly watching these, looking out for anything that's going to be too violent for the airplane to experience. Coming back around the back of the airplane, these two red instruments on the bottom of the airplane, one of these is an interferometric altimeter. And so this measures wave heights. So as we're flying along, this is scanning down and can tell how high the waves are getting at the ocean surface. And depending on how strong the storm is, those can be 30 to 40 foot swells.
Right.
The other instrument just behind that is measuring wind speeds at the surface, which is also very important because we're flying up at 10,000 feet, but that's not where the people live when a storm makes landfall. They're down at the surface, so we want to know what those wind speeds are. These holes are where our ocean sensing instruments, our dropsons, our drones, and everything else gets launched out of. Two of these go up into the cabin, as you saw earlier. Those are the ones that the operator on board, that's where they'll launch drones and other larger instruments. The rest of these can be externally loaded before we take off, and then the operator still sitting right above can select which tube they want to fire off and launch the instruments out that way. Back here, and then further back as well, you'll see these other fairings. These have other radiometers and altimeters inside of them. There's a lot of different instrumentation that we can put on this airplane. And then also throughout, there's antennas that allow us to communicate with our various instruments. So for example, these are for our dropsondes, and then for our bathythermographs, and then the last one here, that is for our uncrewed aerial systems for our drones. So
Good stuff.
lots of communication with everything that's leaving the airplane.
Well, you're getting so much
Yeah.
data in, you definitely need them for
Yes,
sure.
exactly.
And then you also have a tail radar.
Yes. So right here, this fairing, this houses our tail Doppler radar, which is one of our most important instruments. And so inside of here, there are 2 radar dishes, and they spin around the longitudinal axis of the aircraft, and they scan vertically from the sea surface up to the tops of the clouds. And so as we're flying along, we're getting slices of the storm that these forecasters can then push back together and effectively get a 3D picture of how the storm is developing, how strong it's getting, and how it's moving.
And that is exactly what our mission is today, to get the crew ready to use this essential tool during a hurricane mission. Okay, so this is actually a live look of what's happening directly around the plane that we are flying in right now. So here's a live look at the tail radar. There are 3 radars on board. So this is starting with the tail. This is actually getting a vertical cross-section of the weather that's happening around the P3 Orion misspeaking from now.
It's scanning vertically like this. So you got the front plate scanning like this. The back plate is scanning. It's one plate, but the radar beam goes out like this. And so with the dual Doppler radar, they can back it out and get wind velocities. So it's scanning. If we were in a storm right now, it's taking like an MRI or a CAT scan of the storm, going through it. So we get a 3D image of the storm.
This is taking a look at the radar that's in the nose of the plane. So this is taking a look at the weather that's happening directly in front of us. And then last and final, this is, I think, the coolest view, because right now we are quite literally on top of the radar that looks like a big M&M on the bottom of the plane. So this is basically taking a look at about a 300-mile radius around the plane to see what weather and air traffic are happening right around this biggie. When we come back, we will run a full flight path, just like when the hurricane hunters are flying through an actual storm, and come back into Lakeland for a landing. Welcome back to Tracking the Tropics, the Hurricane Hunter experience. Now that you know the amazing aircraft Miss Piggy, let's see what she can do. And while testing the tail Doppler radar, there's another program being tested to make sure the Hurricane Hunters are ready for the next storm.
This is in development. We're actually also testing this today. It's called Screen 800, and it basically tells us how far we are to the next point. It gives us certain flight parameters. So we have our indicated airspeed, latitude, longitude, surface pressure, geopotential altitude. A lot of the flight level data will be on here. It's also where I keep notes of when I drop SONs, UAS.
Although it is a lot of data, every number needs to be analyzed carefully to keep the pilots, the scientists, and the rest of the crew safe.
Chris Wood said this really well on an interview that he was on with me, or a tour. It's like the flight director is the nerve center of the plane. So the pilots are concerned with safety. The scientists want their data. So I got to know what they want, but I also have to know how to keep the plane safe. I got to communicate what they want to them in pilot terms. I got to communicate what they want, or what the scientists want in scientist terms, but from the pilot. So I'm the bridge between the science and the safety.
As we go through the eye wall, we're like, okay, everyone brace for it. And, at any point in the next, 2 or 3 minutes, it's not very long, you could just get slammed with an updraft followed by a downdraft. But pretty much at the end of it, as you get through the eye wall, it's going to be clear. I like to say it's kind of like driving through an afternoon thunderstorm in Florida. You get slammed with the rain, downpour, you can't see anything. The only reference you have is the car in front of you, and then all of a sudden it stops. And you're like, okay, that's it. And then no, it's not. And then you go through another wall of rain, but you eventually come out the other end.
What the stadium effect is you're flying through the eye wall. You break through the eye wall, and then you see it's literally a stadium. And you can see all the way up to the sky and then all the way down to the ocean surface. So it's pretty cool.
After training was completed, we started to make our way home, and we flew over some Central Florida staples like Cape Canaveral and Disney.
NOAA 4-3, contact Tampa approach 119.9er.
Overhead approach 119.9er, NOAA 3.
Now that we're back on the ground safely, it was time for a debrief meeting.
Best flight for today, 3734 PSM. Good flight today. Anybody have any safety of flight concerns? No.
Best flight ever.
Best flight ever.
Best landing ever too.
Training. Well, everybody did well. Got what we needed today.
Yes, sir.
Yep. All right, awesome. Thank you for media writers for coming along today. Hopefully you guys got everything you needed.
Thank you. Yeah.
Appreciate having you guys on board and helping us tell our story, so we definitely appreciate that.
Since I've started here at Fox 35 Orlando, I have helped light Christmas trees at Disney. I have driven in a NASCAR, and I think this might be the coolest thing that I've done here so far. Being able to fly up in a plane that is one of the most technologically advanced and is quite literally a lab, on wings, is something that is just truly impressive. But it wasn't just our first time flying in the P3, it was also Ryan's too.
It was great. Got to see the whole side of it. Saw the tail Doppler radar, got to work with a lot of the experts in the field too, to get the opportunity to learn that knowledge, gain that knowledge, and then even use that whenever we do go on the field for later on the season. So it was really good. It's been a lot of learning, a lot of training goes into this. Anyone who loves weather, you always hear about the NOAA Hurricane Hunters. You always hear about the fanfare behind it, and to actually get to live out that dream it's one of a kind, and it's a great opportunity to be here.
Did you always want to be a NOAA Hurricane Hunter? Was that like the dream since you started getting into weather, or was this kind of like a recent thing?
It's definitely always been a dream for me. I grew up in Southwest Florida, grew up in Fort Myers, seeing the impacts that hurricanes and tropical weather have down there. It fueled a passion for me to pursue tropical meteorology, and to combine a passion like meteorology and aviation together makes it kind of a dream come true to be in a position like this.
This is your first season with the Hurricane Hunters. Excited, a little nervous to maybe go into your first hurricane? Let me know the feelings about that.
I would say definitely excitement. It's really exciting to get the opportunity to, obviously you watch from afar most of the time, but to actually be in the storm, getting the important data that our team does to improve the forecast and make sure lives are protected. It's definitely, like I said, it's a really important job, and I'm happy to be here for it.
Any nerves at all?
Not really, not right now at least. Ask me in a few months whenever we're starting to fly some storms, and I'll probably have a different answer. But for right now, no nerves, just excitement, ready to learn as much as I can before getting into the jet and the plane later this year.
Being able to fly in a plane that has been through hurricane after hurricane for 50 years now, that is something that's truly amazing, because as soon as you step inside, it is quite literally a time warp. So flying in a plane that was built in the 70s in 2026 with 2026 technology, something that is super cool. This will truly be an experience that I will remember for the rest of my life, and a mission that Miss Piggy will remember too. And a huge thank you to the NOAA Hurricane Hunters for allowing us to be a part of this mission. And thank you for joining us on this once-in-a-lifetime flight.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard. You were just watching Tracking the Tropics, the Hurricane Hunter experience. We've got Laurel back in here because how cool was that?
It was awesome. I said at the end of the episode that in the 2 years that I've been working here, I have helped light Christmas trees at Disney World. I have gone to the beach many times. I have gone to Daytona International Speedway to get behind tours and drive in a NASCAR. And I think this is probably the coolest thing at the top of my list that I've done in these 2 years.
I'm gonna tell you one of my favorite parts was when you were a couple of times throughout when we got to see your reactions to things, because just the look on your face was just like awe.
Yeah, and I'll be fully honest, like genuinely, I have always loved weather. I always kind of felt like I was going into something weather related ever since I was young. So when I first started actually considering weather as a career, I'll be totally honest, I went to school thinking that I was going to be a hurricane hunter on the other side. And then when I took one broadcast class, I fell in love with the science, I fell in love with the communication. So that's why we're here today. But I think genuinely a little secret dream of mine, as much as I do love my job here, and I can't see myself doing anything else now. But I think a little bit of a secret part of me wants to be still a hurricane hunter. So kind of owing this experience to not only college Laurel, this was so cool and so amazing. So I am so thankful to everyone at the Lakeland Aircraft Operations Center for allowing us to hop on this test flight, quite literally fly around and find out what everyone can do. And it is the coolest thing. Big, huge check off the bucket list.
I would imagine it's kind of nerve-wracking to think you're going to be flying through storms.
And it was, seriously. So it's Florida, it's summer, we always have those afternoon and evening storms. We flew through those going out over the ocean and then coming back when we were flying over Cape Canaveral and Disney, and quite literally, I'm pretty sure we even flew over the station, I just didn't see it. But yeah, it was bumpy, like seriously, probably just about as turbulent on a commercial flight when you fly through those thunderstorms and you kind of feel that little bump. It was kind of similar to that. If that is the baseline of a thunderstorm, I can only imagine what it's like flying through even just a tropical storm that's barely on the tropical storm spectrum, because quite literally, and I believe they said it in their interviews, a tropical wave or a tropical storm can be just as bumpy, just as crazy as flying through a Cat 4 or Cat 5 hurricane.
Yeah, that's crazy. But the views, I mean, when we got to see out the window, I'm sure you were looking out too during that, just incredible views.
And it was. And it kind of just gave me like a new appreciation of what we have here in Central Florida, because I think when we were flying out before we were heading into that maneuver over the ocean, Joe, who is the incredible photographer that I went on this flight with me, we looked at each other when we saw Cape Canaveral out the window, and this was just after the Artemis II launch is when we took this flight, and we look at each other and our jaws just dropped. Like it was, and you could see everything. You could see the launch pads, you could see the cruise terminal, all the cruise terminals. It was the coolest experience. And again, it just kind of adds that new appreciation of like what we have here in Central Florida, just looking at it from a new angle. Because when we were coming back, we were flying pretty much down I-4. So we saw Disney, we saw Epic Universe, we saw Universal, SeaWorld, like every single attraction we saw from genuinely new heights. It was the coolest experience ever.
I also liked, so we saw at the end, you put the Thunder Truck sticker on. We know you got the patch, so kind of memorable for everybody there.
Yes, and this year is really spectacular. So if you can see right here, this is 50 years of the P3 Orion flying. And why this is so special is because this plane started flying in the 1970s. This is the 50th hurricane season that these planes are flying through, and most of the plane is original from the 70s. If you were watching, especially in our tour in and out of the plane, those Top Gun, perfect example. They have like the ram's fur or the ram's wool covered in sheet, or the seat covers. That's exactly what it was. It was quite literally, you step inside this plane and you are transported back into the 1970s, which is weird because all of the racks of computers and the cockpit, that's all redone to fit 2026 airline codes. So that's something that was just so interesting, that you had quite literally a huge piece from the past, but just as much you had a huge piece of the future and the new technology that they're testing and the technology that they're still working with in order to get the most accurate data. And just a couple of pictures now that we have this up right here. This is the side of the plane. So quite literally, both Miss Piggy, this is the plane that we're seeing here, and Kermit have victory markings of every single hurricane that they've ever flown through. And you'll notice on a couple of these, depending on where the hurricane was, of course I can't spot one right now, but you'll notice that some of them are actually flipped, and that's because they were either flown into on the Atlantic Basin or the Pacific Basin. And you can see every single place where they have taken this plane with all of the flags that are above. This is so cool. And just again, knowing that this plane has gone through this many hurricanes and this many tropical storms is something truly incredible, and that it's still intact, first and foremost. That is the biggest thing.
Yeah, the technology. I mean, you're talking about the plane being 50 years old, but the technology, as you said, clearly not. That's state-of-the-art technology they've got on there, and the radar, I think, was really cool to get to see how that worked.
Yeah, everything was just so incredible. And again, kind of knowing the meteorology part of it, I have really gotten into the aviation part of everything because of this project, and how meteorology and aviation go so hand in hand is something that's truly incredible. Because yeah, meteorology, you need to know that in order to know the conditions that you're flying into. And that's exactly the challenge that the hurricane hunters face. How can we get everyone in safely, get everyone out safely, but also get the most vital data when it actually comes to hurricane forecasting? Because this data you can't get anywhere else. So these guys and all of the members of the NOAA Hurricane Hunters and the Lakeland Fleet are doing incredible work in order to keep us, when it comes to hurricane season here in Central Florida, safe.
So talk to us about the name, Miss Piggy. We know that as a Muppet character.
Yes. So little fun fact, let's actually dig into the history of the P-3 Orion. So P-3 Orions, again, started flying in the 1970s. 1976 is when they actually started flying with the NOAA Hurricane Hunters, so hence the 50-year-old patch. But they didn't actually get the name of the Muppets until about the 1990s. So from the 1970s until about the 1990s, the P-3 Orions were called the Pig, because kind of it looks like a pig. If you squint, maybe look to the side a little bit, the P-3 Orions maybe look like a pig. So you can kind of see it right here. I guess it was two indents on the front of the nose that made it look like a pig. So from the 1970s until about the 1990s, that was the loving nickname to the two P-3 Orions. And then in about the 1990s, a group of engineers that had been working on this plane for quite a while, they started calling one of the P-3 Orions Miss Piggy. And then from there, the Muppet name spread to the rest of the fleet. So there's Miss Piggy, there's Kermit, which is also a P-3 Orion, pretty much this with a Kermit logo on the side. But then there's also a plane that flies about 30,000 feet higher than the storm itself, and that is called a Gulf Coast 4, and that is, or a G4 plane, and that is called Gonzo. So the Muppet show is alive and well here at the NOAA Hurricane Center, and also the thing that's really important about this, and kind of was the pressure to get this story out and really do this story justice, is because the P-3 Orions are actually going to be retiring in the next 5 years. And this is a rendering of the new C-130J Hurricane Hunter planes that are going to be coming in the 2030 season. And these are going to be the most technologically advanced aircrafts in the entire world. I mentioned in the episode that these are laboratories on wings. This is the state-of-the-art future technology, nothing like we've ever seen before, coming up in 2030. So exciting stuff for the future, but it's going to be bittersweet because, yeah, the P-3 Orions have truly left a legacy, not only in the weather world, but the aviation world, in the military world, when the Navy was using these planes as well. So it's going to hold a special place in our heart, but I think that's the biggest pressure of doing a project like this, is that, no pun intended, you want to pay tribute to the Muppet Show. They're inspirational, Muppetational, and celebrational. So happy 50 years to the P-3 Orions.
And those C-130s that are going to be replaced with, I mean, those are no slouch. Those are big planes.
Those are big. And I think that's what surprised me the most, is that the P-3 Orions, I call them puddle jumpers, the smaller commercial planes. It's about the same size as that. So the one thing that I did learn that wasn't actually included because we were actually short on time, crazy enough, why they still use propeller planes is because they can still hold their own much better than what a jet engine plane can in the conditions of a hurricane. So that's why the C-130Js have the propellers still with them, including an engine, but also the P-3 Orions, their engines and their propellers. So they just hold their own so much better. It's so much more stable when you're flying through hurricane force winds, hurricane force rain, and then trying to crack through that eye wall too. It is, you see the videos where they're quite literally bouncing around like crazy. It is so much more smooth and so much more stable and so much more easier to control when you're flying a P3 as opposed to any other plane that they've flown in the past.
That's really fascinating because you wouldn't necessarily think that would be the case.
Yeah, you'd think, especially with just like the aerodynamics going through just the propeller itself. There's just something that works, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Seriously. So that's what they're amping up. They're still paying homage to everything that the P3 Orions have done in the past, but it's something that's really exciting that's coming towards the future. So again, happy 50 years to the P3s.
Yeah, and talk to us about the people that you met there, because we know they're based out of Lakeland, work really hard, but clearly love what they do to be doing this.
Coolest group of individuals. I mean, we have a really cool group of individuals here that we do news every day, but they are so passionate about what they do. I believe it was Quinn Kalin or Chris Wood, one of the main directors that we were flying with that day. They said that sometimes people get a little shaken up, but that's what makes them keep coming back for more. It's the thrill, it's the addition to the science, it's the getting the data that is so necessary, especially during hurricane season, that is so vital for us here in Central Florida, everywhere that's being impacted by hurricanes, tropical storms. That is why they do what they do, is to protect the community and try to get the most up-to-date data so we can do our job here on the ground and keep people safe.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that back up because, we can talk about how cool it is, but they're not just doing it to be daredevils.
Right.
Talk to us about how meteorologists like yourself and the rest of the storm team and other meteorologists across the state, across the country, use the data that comes from these Hurricane Hunter flights when it comes to forecasting. What does that mean for you?
It gives me a new appreciation for the study of the science as well. Meteorology is not just broadcast. It's not just flying into hurricanes and the things that you see on social media. There's so much more to that. And genuinely, when I was in school, you had to find your weather why. Why are you doing what you're doing? These guys, they are trying to forecast and trying to better understand hurricanes and tropical storms. That's their weather why. That's why they do what they do. And if you rewatch our 2026 Tracking the Tropics hurricane season preview of the 2026 season, I went into full detail of the new technology that they're testing out for this year. And the most vital data when we're actually forecasting a hurricane is within feet of the ocean surface and the top of the bottom of the atmosphere. So the ocean temperature, the air temperature, all of those little factors that are too dangerous to actually fly a plane over. Again, we're talking like 20 feet between the surface of the ocean and the absolute bottom of the atmosphere. There is so much data that sometimes can't even be explored, but is so necessary when it comes to hurricane forecasting that they have the ability to do now with unmanned aerial vehicles now, and drones for short. They do drop-ons every single time, and being able to tap into this data that they're really starting to figure out how important it actually is. Not only is this going to allow forecasting to get more accurate, but also get further out in the future. We have been seeing over the past couple years the cone of uncertainty get thinner and thinner and thinner, and also including more warnings to keep people protected. And that's where we come in and we do our jobs, because we take that data, we analyze it, and we let the public know how they can prepare for when the next storm hits. So Weather World works together quite a bit, whether it's you are flying in the plane or are on the TV, or if you're behind the computer, everyone works together in order to keep people safe. And I think that's kind of underlying, no matter what weather nerd you ask, that's why they do what they do.
Good stuff there, Laurel. Anything else before we let you go here that you want people to know?
What'd you think?
I loved it. I thought it was great.
Good, I'm glad. I think my favorite part of the entire flight was not only just meeting everybody, but again, it's a huge bucket list check off, because even though it was flying through a thunderstorm, granted, I would love to fly through a hurricane. even fly over a hurricane, but I'll take this because this is genuinely going to be an experience that I'll never forget, but also, yeah, as Miss Piggy and Kermit kind of go into retirement over the next 5 years, the Fox 35 Thunder Truck sticker is front and center with many other news organizations that have flown on that plane, but to kind of be one of the last waves of people over the next 5 years that are going to be flying in this aircraft is something that just adds a little bit more specialty and genuineness to this experience.
Yeah, special experience for sure. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, we really appreciate you joining us, sharing that with us. Folks can continue to watch that special. If you missed it, you can watch it on Fox Local anytime you want now. So, Laurel, we thank you for being brave enough to go on that flight and then share that experience with us.
Thanks, Garrett, and thank you for watching. Much appreciated for everyone sticking around for that. Again, huge thank you to not only Garrett for doing this little talk back, but also Rachel Linden, who executive produced this entire thing. Joe, you are the best photographer that I've ever worked with, and also another just huge thank you to everyone at the NOAA Aircraft Operations Center in Lakeland. Thank you all so much for allowing us to quite literally crash your flight, but thank you for all you do, whatever you do during hurricane season in order to keep us well informed and safe for what's coming up for the rest of the season.
All right, good stuff, Laurel. Thank you. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus on this Friday, July 3rd. We are counting down to July 4th, but celebrations already underway across the country. And a lot of that is going to include fireworks, big fireworks shows here in Central Florida and in a lot of other places as well. Just about probably any night this weekend as we head into this July 4th and America 250 celebrations. We want to know how your pet handles the fireworks. Are they unbothered? Do they sleep right through it? Does medicine maybe help them? Do they shake under the bed or do they cuddle right up with you? I know mine just want to cuddle up with me because they do not like the noise. That is for sure. We do everything we can to kind of wear them out ahead of time. Maybe slip a little something in their food as well, and then just kind of cuddle up on the couch with them and let them know they're loved. So we want to know what you think and how your pet handles it. We had an interesting segment earlier that we talked about with Regina from Tampa about kind of why that is, why they struggle with it and how they deal with it and what it's like for them. So vote in our poll. We'll continue to check back in the results of this over the next 10 minutes that we still have with you here on our live stream before we hand things off to Fox 35 Weather Plus. And Laurel going to walk you through our forecast for the rest of the day and the rest of the weekend as well. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. We are also counting down not just to July 4th this weekend, but to the U.S. men's national team game on Monday against Belgium in Seattle. 8 o'clock on Fox 35 in the round of 16, and yet again, win or go home. And we have talked about the controversy, the red card, Flo Balogun not going to be able to play in that game after that call in the game just a couple of days ago. It's a big bummer. Might need him. We'll see how they do without him. But he did speak with reporters earlier today at the training facility where the U.S. men's national team is practicing ahead of Monday's game, and here's what he said.
What do you think about the red card?
Yeah, I think it was, for me, it's important for me to say, obviously, first and foremost, it was totally unintentional, which I'm sure a lot of people know. But I think the choice of the referee was, of course, his choice. But I don't think it was the correct call. I think a yellow card would have been fair, just due to it not being intentional, and also there's not many places I can place my foot in such a scenario. But I think it's happened, and it's something I have to accept and just move forward from.
Now, can you take us through those few minutes, while you were waiting for the call, just standing there, and then I think you stood there for just 20 seconds after they showed you the red card. What was going through your head?
Yeah, just a ton of emotion. It's difficult, to see red at any time, but especially now, in such a high pressure tournament, such a high pressure situation, and there was many emotions, but for me the most important thing was just trying to stay calm. I think I didn't want to react out of emotion, out of anger, and I had to just accept that the decision was made, whether I agreed with it or not, and just try to also think about how I can help moving forward.
Did you think anything of it? Were you surprised when all of a sudden they honored you?
Yeah, extremely surprised. I initially thought the ref was actually going to give a call for me because there was a shove in the back, but this is the nature of the sport as well. This is what makes the sport so interesting, so engaging. The controversy, and you've seen it in so many different actions during the World Cup, not just with us in the USA, with other teams. And yeah, as I said, it's something I have to just accept. And we still won the game, which is the main positive. And we have to prepare for the game against Belgium. Yeah, everybody was supporting me, which I greatly appreciate, not just my teammates, the fans. I felt the love from the country as a whole. So, that makes it easier for me to be able to, move forward from this, even though it would be extremely difficult.
About you said what happened, right? Now about moving on. Can you talk about just how you are going to be able to show up and support the guys as they take on Belgium?
No, for sure. I'm going to be there in any way I can to help the team. The most important thing is just making sure the guys are equipped to go out there and shine. And I want to be somebody they can, you know, come to if they need advice or if they need help, and you know, I'm gonna definitely, you know, show my support to the fullest.
Did you see LeBron repost the celebrations, and how did you feel about it? Do you think it will close the gap between the soccer and the basketball?
Yeah, I saw LeBron's tweet. You know, that was a surreal moment. You know, that was amazing. I think you know, that's the idea. You know, I think, you know, we're all athletes at the end of the day, you know, representing our country, trying to make the nation as proud as possible. So you know, I think we should be united, and you know, America is a stronger force when we're united. So definitely with that celebration and LeBron reaching out, you know, it was I feel like it's going to be an iconic moment.
Luke is such a quiet guy in front of us. What's it like with you?
He's no different. Exact same. Yeah, as you can imagine, it's frustrating, but you know, what can you do? You know, I can't sit here and dwell. I mean, the most important thing, as I said, you know, is just to focus on that game and to try and, you know, prepare the team as best as possible. And you know, there's no reason as well, you know, why we can't go out there and continue to win as we have been, and you know, show the world, you know, what USA is about. Okay, thank you guys.
Flo Balogun speaking earlier today. Not sure why that went to our producer cam, but you got a sneak peek at something we'll be rolling out here soon. All right, let's give you a live look right now at the Statue of Liberty, where in the bay there we saw a neat parade of ships earlier today. That was pretty cool. We've had a lot of cool things that we've been able to see today. The flyover practice in Washington, D.C., all kind of good stuff. We appreciate you joining us on this Friday. We've got about 30 seconds left with you here. You can continue to vote in our poll right now and see those results as they come in on fox35orlando.com/vote. We are going to hand things off here in about 20 seconds to Laurel Blanchard and the Fox 35 Storm Team for Fox 35 Weather Plus. She'll track the forecast for your fireworks, your cookouts, everything you need to know for this weekend. Thanks for joining us today. Have a great weekend. Have a safe weekend.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.